Good morning and welcome to BSI's Fire Conference for 2025. My name is Simon Hamlet and I'm the Senior Standards Manager for Built Environment and Fire at BSI. I'm very pleased that so many of you are joining us today, and I'm looking forward to what I'm sure will be an informative and useful conference. As events such as the Grenfell Tower fire have shown, it is essential that an holistic approach is taken to fire, construction and building safety. And today we're bringing together stakeholders from across the built environment and fire sector to share knowledge both about standards and about developments more widely. Today's conference is taking place 6 months after the publication of the final report of the Grenfell Tower inquiry and less than 2 weeks after the government issued its response to that report. The government has accepted all of the report's findings and accepted its recommendations either fully or in principle. It has also issued a green paper on construction products reform. I encourage everyone to read them, to take on board what they say, and to work together to improve building safety in the UK. Appropriately, the starting point for today's agenda was BS 9991, the Code of Practice for Fire Safety in the Design, Management and Use of Residential Buildings, the revision of which was published last November. We also cover related standards concerned with fire safety in residential buildings. Next slide, please. Some housekeeping before we go on. This is a listen-only webinar that is being recorded. We really welcome your questions via the Q&A function, which will be answered after the presentations. Simply click on the Q&A button in the side panel and post your question. If you experience any technical difficulties, please submit your issue via the same Q&A function. Upon completion of the feedback survey, BSI will send you a link to a recording of the webinar. This is a CPD recognised webinar, and to request your certificate, please do so via the feedback survey following the webinar. Next slide, please. Today's agenda has been divided into 2 sections. In the first, Rachel Smalley, Head of Inclusive Design, and Gary Daniels, Senior Associate Director, Fire Engineer, both at Jacobs, will talk about the forthcoming BS 9792 Code of Practice for Fire Risk Assessment, Housing, which is due to be published towards the end of this year. Paul Chemaret, Technical Director at the Institution of Fire Engineers, will talk about fire risk assessment for the responsible person, and then we shall return to Gary Daniels, who will give a presentation on BS 9991. There will then be an hour's break for lunch at around 12:30, before we move on to the second section. In this, Aman Sharma, CEO of Totus Digital, and Richard Clark, Senior Fire Engineer at the National Fire Chiefs Council, will kick off this session with a discussion about current work on the BS 999 series of standards, before Chris Smith-Wong, Lead Standards Development Manager for Fire at BSI, finishes off our programme with a look forward to future fire standards projects. As I mentioned, after each section there will be an opportunity for our panellists to answer questions, so please do type these in the Q&A function. We have allowed plenty of time for your questions. And with that, we shall now move on to the first presentation from Rachel Smalley and Gary Daniels.
Hi, just getting my tech to work there. Sorry about that. So as the first slide suggests, my name is Rachel Smalley and I'm going to be presenting today with my colleague, Gary Daniels, and we're going to be talking to you about BS 9792, fire risk assessments, housing code of practice. So we thought a good place to start would be, what is 9792? 9792 is the successor to PAS 7092 2020, which was withdrawn in 2021. 9792 incorporates feedback received since the publication of the PAS, changes in legislation since then, updated thinking about language and terminology, which I'm going to be talking about in more detail later on in this presentation, other published standards or standards that are in development at the moment, as well as inquiry discussions. The panel responsible for 9792 are FSH 14-10. They've been working very hard on it for quite a few years now. So quick shout out to the drafting panel, who have worked really, really well together, which always helps. Gary and I also thought we'd like to start with a quick disclaimer, just to highlight that any views expressed in this presentation are the views of the individuals presenting, not the views of BSI, the IFE or Jacobs. You may end up hearing conflicting views. Anyone who's worked with Gary and I will know we often disagree, which just makes it more fun. Other members of the committee responsible and the panel responsible for 9792 may also have different views to us. And BS 9792 is still under review. We don't yet have the final draft, so it may still change a little bit, to be honest. I'm going to go into the timeline for 9792 in a bit more detail at the end of this session. So, what's not changed? What's not changed in 9792? There's still 4 types of fire risk assessments. There's still no expectation that or requirement for a fire risk assessor to carry out a person-centred fire risk assessment themselves. It still provides loads of guidance around existing PCFRAs. The general principles for fire risk assessment do remain the same, and the 9 steps to fire risk assessments have not changed. So what are the objectives of 9792? What's the point of it? What's it all about? So 9792 will provide a helpful framework for the assessment of fire risk. It'll provide common relevant terminology which can be used, and it'll provide guidance on the principles and scope of fire risk assessments. All of this with the aim being to establish a satisfactory basis for fire risk assessments, a kind of benchmark for a suitable and sufficient fire risk assessment, as well as a consistent approach to documenting and carrying out fire risk assessments. So we're looking for the standard to help set out a kind of pragmatic, holistic, risk-proportionate approach towards the assessment of fire, fire prevention, fire protection measures, and the management of fire safety. So on the slide now, we've got a bit of a kind of overarching objective, which we thought summed up 9792 quite nicely. So 9792 should promote a better understanding of fire risks and fire safety in housing by housing providers and non-fire specialists, hopefully dispelling some of the misconceptions around scope and the nature of fire risk assessments. So speaking of scope, I used to be a civil servant, so probably because of that, I'm always keen to set out a good scope definition. In this case, we're going to set out scope by stating what 9792 does not apply to in residential accommodation, because it's actually a bit quicker to do it that way around. So 9792 is not applicable to private dwelling, so a single household dwelling. It's not applicable to premises used solely for short-term letting or peer-to-peer rented accommodation. Not applicable to non-domestic premises or residential care homes. So now I've got scope out of my system, I do feel better for that. I'm going to hand across to Gary for the next few slides.
Thanks, Rachel. Okay, so as Rachel said, the fundamentals of undertaking the fire risk assessment is still present So there are still going to be 4 types of FRA. Type 1, which is common parts only and non-intrusive. Part 2, common parts only and intrusive. Part 3, common parts and non-intrusive, including the dwelling, sorry. And type 4, common parts, dwellings and intrusive. Now, what we mean by common parts, we mean the circulation areas. We effectively mean all parts of the building with the exception of the dwellings themselves. So you would still effectively go into plant areas or areas that are common to the overall use of the building. It does not just mean staircases and corridors. It is all the sections of the building that are common. And again, intrusive and non-intrusive should be relatively straightforward, but actually there's quite a lot of feedback and commentary, and we've done quite a lot of work in refining this to basically highlight what we mean by intrusive and non-intrusive. So effectively, intrusive would be some form of investigative works to ascertain what the nature of the construction is. There might be some for some form of minor builder's work or destructive testing in order to identify what that is. Certainly getting inside things effectively. Non-intrusive is your effective visual walk around. So again, we've clearly highlighted those, and there are different skill sets and different requirements between doing intrusive and non-intrusive. So obviously it is not necessarily the case that someone who is experienced in doing non-intrusive can suddenly do intrusive. There is we've defined what the sort of criteria those need to be. Next slide, Rachel. And this ties back into competence. Everything you do should be carried out by a competent person. Now, there's going to be another presentation a little bit on this, and there's obviously other guidance available, but effectively the benchmark point that we worked on for this was there was no academic qualifications. There's no specific qualifications that you need to do to become a fire risk assessor, but you should recognise the limits of your own competencies. As we said before, if your experience and skill set is in doing intrusive surveys, great. If it is in non-intrusive, stepping up to an intrusive may require additional education, additional training, additional experience, including shadowing, additional CPD. So there's a difference between those types, and you need to make sure that you've got those competency in place, and you effectively have to ensure that you are appropriately skilled to do that. Next slide, please, Rachel. Right, the 9 steps of an FRA. It felt like 39 steps, but there are indeed only 9 steps. And we've spent everything around the document. The document has been quite refined since its past original version to tie back into these 9 steps of an FRA. And we've tried to make it as user-friendly and as easy to understand as we can by splitting the clauses, which is why I've kept the clause numbers up there, even though they might shift a little bit. The idea is that everything present is in an easy to find section. There's this nice diagram in there that effectively points you to the section you need to go. So it's designed to be as end user friendly as we can. And everything is split into a very logical order. Stage 1, obtain information on the building. Stage 2, identify the fire hazards and the controls present within the building. Assess the likelihood of fire. Identify the fire protection measures. Identify the management procedures. Assess the consequences of the fire. Assess the actual risk. Formulate the action plan. Then determine a date for review and remedial action, reassessment. And then finally complete your report. So it's this nice, logical, easy to follow step, taking on board commentary we had from PAS 79, commentary we had in the DPC, and refining it as much as we can with industry involvement to make it as user-friendly as we possibly can. Next slide, please, Rachel. And the schematic of the FRA process has been fundamentally split into 2 parts: likelihood and consequence. Likelihood being the hazards and the fire prevention measures, because obviously the fire prevention measures can reduce the hazard and the risk of it occurring. And then, of course, the fire safety management emergency procedures and fire protection measures that you're providing to effectively reduce the consequence as low as you can. And those 2 sections, when assessed together, become your assessment of fire risk, and then that goes into your action plan. So everything we've done is geared towards following this diagrammatic approach to actually allow you to quickly and easily go through the process and have it in a way that it doesn't matter which organisation does the FRA. If they follow this standard, it should be immediately clear and obvious to anyone reading through what the likelihoods were, what the consequences were, how they came up with the assessment of fire risk, and how they've undertaken their action plan, to try to standardise and streamline the approach. Next slide, please, Rach. Okay, we provided quite a large model pro forma. I can only show you page 1 of the model pro forma, because the model pro forma is one of these areas that is still going through quite an intensive review at this current stage within the panel. But there is the idea is that the model pro forma is an annex. It is only a model. It shows anyone reading the standard an example of how we thought you may want to record it, but the key parts are on the 9 steps, and the key parts are in in effect the 2-stage process of consequence and etc. So it's that process given all the way through. It is not a case, and I appreciate that, slightly controversially here, that I knew a lot of people bought the original 79 just for the pro forma, never read the document. We've done this the other way around. The aim is to make the document the universal standard, and the pro forma is just simply that, just one way of many, many ways that you could provide that information in a clear and logical format. Next slide, please, Rachel. Okay, so not listing everything, but it gives you a bit of a feel for the sort of lists of information that we want. So you can see the breakdown. I'm not going to read this list out. I'm going to try really hard not to read this list out. You can get the idea that the idea that you're effectively recording all the key and fundamental criteria that are present within the building. The way of detect. Ooh, there we go. I just dropped out for a second. Sorry about that. Can everyone hear me okay? Excellent, great. So, the ways of detecting the fire safety signs and notices, they're not all of necessarily, I'm going to be careful here, equal value. Obviously, having no method of detecting the fire might be a more fundamental risk to the building than, say, not having the fire safety signs. But they're all things that we want recorded, well, not we, you as the fire risk assessor want recorded in that in order to be able to shape the overall risk, in order for you to then form the action plan and have a proper weighting of the risk and an understanding of the risk, and therefore the actions needed to remediate the risk. Next slide there, please, Rachel. There we go. Main focus in this is obviously, apart from doing the risk assessment, is the action plan. The action plan is a very critical part. And we've provided quite a bit of guidance on how to do an action plan in terms of the concept behind it is not to explain. The whole point of the guide is not as a training manual for risk assessors, but a way for clients, other risk assessors, worst comes to worst, the courts, to ensure that the output and inputs meet a recognised industry norm. So the way we've scheduled the action plan, it doesn't mean that you have to do your action plan in that particular way, but it gives you a feel for how the action plan, almost like an aide-memoire of what the action plan should contain, how it should be done, and how it can really clearly record to the end user that the responsible person, if you happen to be under that piece of legislation, but you can maintain that fire risk at a tolerable level. It should address both physical precautions and managerial, and it's all about getting that correct balance. And again, following those 9 steps. And the very, very key bit is it should be proportionate, reasonably practical to implement, and actually possible to maintain it. And again, this came from industry feedback that, that some of the action plans had unrealistic actions that were never achievable to do, putting a whole new staircase in a building or other things that were just impossible to do. So again, the driver is on that proportionality aspect to make sure that, the risk assessor understands the proportionality, but also anyone reviewing the risk assessment also understands the concept of proportionality. Next slide, please, Rachel.
Gary, I've got to admit, we're actually going to go back a slide because I skipped 2. I've been a bad slide driver. Apologies. Sorry.
I had wondered why the intro that bit had gone. I think we can. Oh, actually, no. Let's see what. Yes, there is one thing on this slide that's worth talking about, which is actually that if your fire risk and your existing fire precautions are such that you, as the risk assessor, decide that no improvements are necessary, it needs to be made explicit. It's almost the law of omission. You need still something in the action plan and the end product that says, the fire risk assessor has gone onto the site, identified everything, looked at it all, and has come up with the decision that no improvement is necessary. It needs to be a recorded statement. Quite a lot of the time, we get people going, "Oh, but I thought it was okay. I thought it was okay. Therefore, that was it." It needs to be explicit. Everything needs to state. You need to follow those 9-step process and stress why no improvements are necessary, and why, in your opinion, that is the case. Yes, Rach, we can skip to now. Obviously, you talked about proportionality. These are not direct quotes necessarily, because obviously the text might change a smidge, but this is the 2 clauses up here are quite fundamental ones that are deeply ingrained within the standard and will be almost are at the moment written in, and hopefully will stay written in, which is that the recommendations of the action plan should be risk proportionate. You might provide measures that are above or below that in a recommended code of practice, and the above or below bit are the important bits, which is that you may, as the risk assessor, now in the standard, identify it's not about co-compliancy, it's about risk, and you may decide that an existing building cannot be made to meet a modern code of practice, but having assessed that risk, you can mitigate it in different ways. But conversely, you might also go into an existing building that is quite a new build, but actually decide that additional provisions are needed. Maybe the management isn't, needs something additional, or maybe that you've identified that an upgrading to emergency lighting, etc., might benefit and reduce the risk. And that the idea is this: it gives you, the risk assessor, that a much firmer power to make that decision, and records that within it. And again, the other thing we're flagging is that where you have a departure from recognised code of practice, it's based on the judgment of the fire risk assessor, who needs to take into account the relevant principles of the fire safety or fire engineering, but while being pragmatic, based on the assessment of risk. So it might drive a risk assessor to bring others in to reinforce that, to assist in that, making that decision. It does not necessarily, you need to understand the bounds of your own limitations, and it might be a case of it needs, a bit like the through process, where it might move from a fire risk assessment to having a fire engineer on board. It might need to go the same way. It might need an electrical engineer, it might need a structural engineer, and therefore it's the risk assessor's judgment of risk, but also within the action plan, a recording of, is this mitigation option, or it needs an additional survey. So it's all about proportionality. Next slide, please. There is quite a lot of guidance now been provided about existing buildings, tying into that whole section on proportionality, because we appreciate that there is a wide variety of residential stock out there, dating all the way from 1968 in the CP3 codes of practice, all the way through the 5588 series, and obviously ADB 9991, and that's just UK, let alone other jurisdictions. So, do building fire precautions meet the current standards? If they do meet the current standards, then you decide it's got adequate fire protection. If it doesn't, you then have a look at what it meant at the time of construction, and that allows you to then assess the relevant codes of practice that were there at the time and decide whether there are relevant shortcomings to the current standard that need upgrading, or present or don't present an unacceptable risk, or do present an unacceptable risk, or those where you identify shortcomings because it doesn't meet the code of practice. So there's a number of buildings out there that have been modified over the time that may have met CP3, for example, in 68-72, but maybe not now, because they have done things, taken vents out, tweaked things, tiny little changes that now no longer. And it's just about documenting and recording that process in a more formal way to allow people to clearly show that they followed a recognised process for assessing the risk in that. Next slide, please, Rachel. Right, you, the Magic Annex.
It is, yes. So the Magic Annex, and you'll have noticed Gary and I so far have kept mentioning that 97292 is in draft and subject to change. I feel pretty confident stating that it won't be called the Magic Annex when 9792 is published. But we ended up calling the Magic Annex, to be honest, in a very genuine way, because it provided kind of clarity and responses to so many questions, so many queries that were raised, and a lot of DPC comments as well. So that's how it became known as the Magic Annex. And yes, I may be told off by BSI colleagues for calling it that. Sorry in advance. This is why we have a disclaimer at the beginning, honestly. So what is in the Magic Annex and what makes it magic? The Magic Annex, the Annex provides information on people with specific evacuation requirements. It provides information on occupants' potential responses in an emergency situation and their approach to evacuation, which can vary greatly by the different groups and the evacuation requirements. And it provides information on a range of characteristics that might be captured in a person-centred fire risk assessment within the scope of the standard. And if anything, I always think of this bit as putting the really honing in on the person-centred element of person-centred fire risk assessment. In doing all of this, it provides consistent terminology which can be used, and it definitely moves away from the kind of very broad umbrella catch-all term of vulnerable persons, which is kind of a bit of a catch-all term, but actually says very little in terms of detail. So, the annex provides a table, and this is quite handy in terms of moving away from the term vulnerable persons, which some people do find quite offensive. That moving away from that term has allowed us to provide kind of more detail, which should hopefully lead on to kind of more accuracy in the assessments. And yeah, within the annex, we've got a table. There's a little snapshot of the table there, just for headings. The table provides a list of people whose characteristics could potentially impact on their approach to evacuation, as we said on the last slide. It provides information on kind of intersectionality and people having or belonging to more than one of the highlighted characteristic groups. In the table, it also gives examples of additional fire protection measures that might be in place or might be suitable for those people with certain characteristics. So hopefully we're providing some clues and joining up some of the dots for people undertaking fire risk assessments. The table is set out by whether the characteristics, and this is generalising a bit, we do have some disclaimers in there, whether the characteristics are likely to be permanent, temporary, or whether the person may potentially use a mobility aid, for example, because we thought all of that would be helpful information to capture. All of which will hopefully result in more accurate and tailored person-centred fire risk assessments and should hopefully help people undertaking fire risk assessments work with residents to kind of tailor the assessments to accurately capture an individual's requirements rather than potentially utilising kind of big, high level and sometimes dated or inaccurate assumptions. So, I am having driving issues, right. So just put on this slide some of the end user groups or characteristic groups potentially included in the annex. This is just to give you a sense of the scope of the annex and the people whose requirements we've put in there. I am going to say potentially included but not limited to, because we haven't put a comprehensive list on this slide. I'm not going to read out the full slide as well. Just picking out a few, we have people who are blind or partially sighted, people who are wheelchair users or mobility scooter users, people who've come under the classification of bariatric, people who have sensory or neurological processing differences, people who require alternative communication approaches, and people with ambulant mobility impairments. So that's just to pick out a few. You'll be able to tell from that list, and that's not the full list. We've gone very broad on this one to try and provide as much helpful guidance as possible. And all of these groups could potentially respond or react differently in an emergency situation. They could potentially require certain fire protection measures, including kind of early warning or a certain approach to means of escape. So we've gone very broad on this one deliberately to try and be as inclusive as possible. So next up, I'm not going to spend long on this slide, but we've got a quick slide on the government response to the Grenfell Tower Inquiry Phase 2, which was published last month. And I've just put this in here to highlight that person-centred fire risk assessments got a mention. And this could potentially provide some insight into and potentially kind of set the scene for person-centred fire risk assessments going forwards. There's a hint that maybe some new secondary legislation may be on its way this year, which could relate to PCFRAs. So just to set the scene for person-centred fire risk assessments going forwards, I would like to point out that the text on the screen is a direct lift from the government response. I personally wouldn't use this terminology or this language, but I suppose me stating things like this is why we have that disclaimer at the beginning. Hands up on that one. But yeah, I've just included that to kind of set the scene going forwards. So to finish on a quick kind of update slide in terms of timeline, we are nearing the end of comment review following DTC, so draft public consultation phase. There's still a fair amount of work to do before publication, so there's final edit and full technical check of the standard. All of that needs doing before we can publish. We've gone for, on the slide, a publication date of autumn 2025. And yes, we've gone for a season. That's probably the ex-civil servant in me. We do things by season. But yeah, we are hopeful that it will be published in autumn 2025. So I think we have time for some questions. Yes.
We certainly do. Thank you very much, Rachel and Gary. So let's start with the first question. Seems like a sensible place to start. According to the standard, should a fire risk assessment require more than one person to complete?
Oh, depends on the complexity of the building that they're looking at. As we said in the presentation, there will be certain, it goes down to competency, it goes down to the complexity of the building, and it goes down to what you have identified on the building. So there might be certain circumstances where you identify things which go outside of your skill set and therefore need an additional person or group of people to get involved. Again, similar to the through process, it may need a fire engineer, it may need a structural engineer or mech and elec engineer, depending on what you've identified.
Yeah, the standard definitely takes an approach of a kind of competency-led approach. So yeah, totally agree with Gary on that one.
Thank you. I should kind of skip one and come back to it because you both mentioned their competence. So how is the competence of fire risk assessors determined?
Right, okay, the $1 million question. This actually came up in the government response to the Grenfell inquiry. We decided not to put that slide in because the government have not decided what they are going to do. BSI's position is they don't recommend third-party certification as part of the standard. So, it is a tricky one for us to answer given where we are. We have our own personal views on it. But certainly from a panel perspective, everyone's views are slightly different on this one.
Yeah.
So it's perhaps something we're we'd ideally be waiting for government guidance on, but there hasn't been any as yet.
Yes, there'll definitely, yes. I mean, there will be government guidance on this. There are lots of work going on through a variety of different organisations producing guidance on this subject, and it will come out in the wash, if you like. At the moment, for the purpose of the standard, it is about self-certification of your competency, and about making sure that you are suitably competent and qualified.
Thank you. Got a rush of them coming in now. Okay. Particularly interested in changes as to the rigour and depth of information now required regarding external walls. What has changed?
Right, okay, so we have patched the gap that existed between PAS 79 and PAS 9980. There was a bit of a discrepancy relating to the interaction between FRUs and fire risk assessments, and the idea, bearing in mind we are still dealing with the DPC commentary, so this is not a final thing, but the general direction of travel at the moment in the standard, with the way that the comments have come in and the way that we've rewritten it, is the idea is that effectively the FRU will make its own recommendations regarding to remediation of the external wall and pass that information back to the FRA, and the FRA will take due cognizance of the outcomes. Effectively, the FRU becomes, in all intents and purposes, another document that you review during the document review section. So it is no different to reviewing the drawings or the management plan or any other information provided to you by your client, to review that and take then due cognizance of it. So if the FRU makes observations or recommendations, we'd expect, just in the same way that you would have the same observations and recommendations made in a management plan, we'd expect the fire risk assessment to take that on board.
Thank you. Is the standard applicable to extra care housing arrangements?
It is not specifically excluded. However, it would go down to the judgment of the assessor, because on how close that goes to the areas that are excluded, if that makes sense. So dwellings or nursing homes are excluded. So of course it depends on how much care is in extra care. That term is a very broad one and can vary quite considerably.
So care homes aren't included and aren't within scope. There is guidance on the different housing types in terms of, there's many terms that are used. So extra care, specialised, specialist, there is guidance on that in the standard. That's one of the areas that's still being worked on, to be honest, but there will be guidance on that within the standard.
Thank you. And this is another one that might vary depending on the circumstances. And you said it doesn't cover short-term lets, but does it cover holiday cottages? So potentially they might have longer lets.
Well, it does currently exclude, well, it depends on, again, the very specific nature of how long it's let for. I personally would consider a holiday cottage as a short-term let and exclude it, and therefore it comes under the purview of what will be 9792/1, which will be the non-resi standard. However, I think it goes down to the risk assessor's judgment, really. It becomes, it's difficult to state how long is short term.
Yeah. Potentially if someone's staying in what is classed as a holiday cottage for 6 months or 8 months, it's very different to 3 nights or 2 nights. So yeah, we'd say person undertaking a fire risk assessment could judge that one.
Yeah, so circumstance dependent.
Yeah.
For a type 3 common parts and dwellings non-intrusive, is this expected to be a sample of the dwellings, sample size expected, or all of the dwellings in a residential block?
So there's a section on this in the standard regarding proportionality in terms of inspections, not proportionality in terms of risk. So we have made some recommendations in terms of, obviously it is the assessor's judgment. If there are 2 dwellings in your building, we'd probably suggest doing both of them. If there are 3,000 dwellings, then obviously doing all of them is going to be impossible. It'd be like painting the 4th bridge. By the time you got to the last one, you would need to do the first one again. So it will be about the assessor's judgment agreed with their client. So, you know, the ballpark normally for this sort of thing is 10%. I'm not saying 10%, by the way, for anyone listening. But the ballpark again might be 10%. So you might go in and do and agree with the client saying we will do 10%. But if we find a series of repeated trends, then maybe we might want to do more. If we find that particular, maybe it's, you know, the south wing of the building seems to be particularly poor or whatever. So there'll be ways and there'll be options for the assessor to make the decision and re-advise the client in terms of expanding the scope, depending on what they identify.
Thank you. And is it intended that a Type 4 fire risk assessment would be required to be undertaken alongside a FRU for external walls to inspect internal compartmentation issues at interfaces?
I think, again, that's very dependent on the building and what the outcome. I would expect if you're thinking about that process, you've probably already got your FRU, and therefore you've already been given a bit of a steer from the FRU that there are defects in or potential defects in the compartmentation, which has then driven the need to go do the Type 4. So I think it would come out of the document sift, which the FRU would be likely been done first, will be one of them, and therefore that will then decide which type of FRU you're going to go, which type of FRA you're going to go do.
Thanks. How are fire doors assessed to current testing regime?
This is not my field of expertise, and neither is it Rachel's. So we do have people whose field of expertise it is on the panel. They are not here. We have included a section on fire doors using the panel members who are particularly expert in this area, who have provided some guidance, and that is probably about as much as I can do. Unless Rachel wants to have a go.
I'm more than happy with your response, Gary, definitely.
Yeah.
Does the standard take account of the use of lithium-ion batteries in household appliances, personal devices, vehicles, and e-bikes and scooters? I mean, they are pretty much everywhere nowadays.
Right. Yes, it does, because it does talk about that as terms of a hazard, potential hazard, and obviously then looking at the potential consequences depending on location and storage. So the answer to that is yes, but it's so dependent on the building type. This is an area I cover this again in 11:30 when we look at 9991 on the difficulty we've got at the moment in terms of providing very prescriptive guidance on this. From a design perspective, likewise from a fire risk assessment, it will be really down to the assessor and really see what they see when they do their assessment, and again the mitigations and consequences. You know, e-bike charging in corridors and staircases, or storage in corridors and staircases as well, has crept in to a large number of buildings, and obviously it's a big risk, and you know, it's up to the assessor to determine the consequence of that, and also provide an action plan with their recommendations.
It's definitely an area that the standard sets out. To be honest, in the table that we had a snapshot of in terms of information captured about an individual's requirements, and potentially if that individual requires the use of a powered wheelchair, for example. So yeah, in terms of the person-centered angle, it's definitely a piece of information which should be captured.
Yeah.
Who should use the standard? Is it just fire risk assessors, or are other professionals, should they be using it as well?
It's actually, we actually provide some guidance on this in the standard in terms of who should use it. Certainly from a personal perspective, I very much took the mindset based off the DPC comments and other commentary we'd had that it was basically going to address 4 user groups. The most important user group is the end user, the effective client, but whether it's the building management company, the responsible person, the building owner, etc. So we took that into perspective in terms of the way we've done the guidance on delivering an action plan. It must be suitable for an end user perspective. We then obviously took on board the next another important group is the actual residents, because these risk assessments should now be shared amongst the residents. So again, they've got to be in a way that a general member of the public can understand, bearing in mind it's their building and they're living in it. So that's another important person that will could indeed pick up this standard. And we have had cases where people have management tenant groups, etc., have been quoting bits out of the old PAS 79 in various things. And then there's the risk assessors themselves, just to give them a bit of an aid memoir. Like I said before, we deliberately did not do this like a training manual. It has not got an overly elaborate amounts of text on how and why you do things. It is about being a way of shaping the process and providing enough information to open the door, but not necessarily telling you the be all and end all of how to do one. And then finally, and unfortunately, last but not least, was for the courts. Some of the commentary we had through was about the wide variety of sets of risk assessment out there, and to some extent it allows the courts a way of benchmarking what good looks like, which unfortunately is the way of the world now, and that will again forms a basis of the use of that standard from that perspective.
Yeah. On that one, I'm pretty sure I agree with Gary. I'd probably frame it in a slightly different way. So for me, end user perspective is we're talking about residents living in the building, and the drafting of the standards definitely been drafted cognizant of that. What was great was some of the DPC comments that came in were from individual residents' perspectives. Which was absolutely great, and that's definitely been taken on board. And that's one of the reasons for what I really need to stop calling the magic annex at the end of a standard, just to ensure we get that right in terms of end users, residents, capturing their requirements, and them having confidence in the process as well.
You've actually partly answered a question I was going to put in myself at this point, which is you mentioned the DPC, the draft for public consultation. Has there been good engagement from industry and others and people providing comments, and did residents get to input into that?
Yes, yeah. So I'll let Gary come in a second, but from my perspective, the DPC comments were great in terms of they were super broad. So yes, across industry, but end users as well. So end users in terms of residents, end users of the standard, and that diversity in view that came through. Some of it was technical, some of it wasn't technical. Really kind of helped us create the standard, which you will all see. To be honest, Gary.
Yeah, I was going to say they were really, really diverse, but really good set of comments. Was really, really helpful actually. It did help shape some of the changes that we've made based off feedback. So if you did comment on the draft, it was very much appreciated.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yes, I would like to echo that, and also just to remind everybody, this being a suitable point to do so, I think that all British standards go out for public consultation for 2 months usually. We welcome comments from absolutely anybody and everybody. You don't have to be any particular person to comment. They are drafts for public consultation. Anyone can comment. Please do. It's an important part of the standards development process, and we really encourage it. We've got 1 minute to go, so one final question, which is possibly quite a niche one, but intriguing. Would a publicly owned house, e.g. a farmhouse, on a long-term let, which is substantially a domestic dwelling, be covered by the private dwelling exemption?
Oh, that would be... Okay, so for me, that would definitely be the judgment of the risk assessor, because I think you'd have to look very carefully at the legals in this one. If it was me doing it for the client, I would probably still use the standard. even though it is a domestic dwelling, I would probably still take the view that I would want to assess it against this particular set of guidance rather than necessarily not. But that would be very, very dependent on what was shaped around it. Especially, I think more about the users as well. I think there'd be an element of user perspective on this one.
Yeah, definitely.
Great. Well, Gary, Rachel, thank you very much. That was really interesting. Great answering of lots of questions there, some quite detailed ones as well. So the audience is obviously really interested in this standard, and we look forward to it coming out later this year in the autumn. So thank you very much. And you're getting lots of applause for that as well. I hope you can see that too.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Right. Well, hope you'll agree that was really informative and interesting. And I will now introduce what I'm sure will be another informative and interesting presentation from Paul Chemarret, Technical Advisor at the Institution of Fire Engineers, and he is going to tell us about fire risk assessment for the responsible person. Welcome, Paul, and I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Simon. Good morning, everybody. And thank you to Gary and Rachel for an excellent presentation. Very interesting, very informative. So my name is Paul Chemarret. I am one of the two technical advisors for the Institution of Fire Engineers. I'm also a fire safety consultant, fire risk assessor and certified fire door inspector. And I'm going to talk to you, my little session this morning, about fire risk assessment for the responsible person. So a little bit slow on the, there we go. Oh. Okay, so first of all, legislation, the requirement for fire risk assessment, if you like, is the Regulatory Reform Fire Safety Order 2005. It is statutory legislation, fire safety regulation, applicable in England and Wales. The order, the law, if you like, is enforced by local fire and rescue authority, and it contains 53 articles, all relating to fire safety. Definition of the responsible person. Responsible person, as defined by the order, is in relation to a workplace, the employer, if the workplace is to any extent under his or her control. In relation to any premises not falling within paragraph A, the person who has control of the premises, either as the occupier or otherwise, in connection with the carrying on by him of a trade, business or other undertaking for profit or not, or the owner, where the person in control of the premises does not have control in connection with carrying on by that person of a trade, business or other undertaking. So we can see straight away there is a possibility, and very often is, more than one person responsible for a building, more than one responsible person. Now, the law goes on to clarify that under Article 22 that deals with cooperation and coordination, that those two or more responsible persons must cooperate with each other and communicate with each other. An example of this may well be a commercial premises where there are several subdivisions in that premises, each unit let out to an individual occupier. So we have a responsible person, the person who owns the building, the freeholder, if you like, and then each individual occupant that has taken tenancy of one of the units, they also become a responsible person. So it's a chain, it's not just necessarily one responsible person. Premises the order applies to. So basically the order applies to all premises, although there are some exceptions. Those exceptions include domestic premises, as Rachel already discussed earlier on, domestic premises occupied as a single private dwelling. Offshore installation, ship, fields, woods or other land forming part of an agricultural or forestry undertaking, an aircraft, locomotive or rolling stock, a mine, a borehole. Apart from that, it applies to all premises. I've come across in the last probably year or more confusion with quite a lot of people I've met up with saying, oh yes, the fire safety order is no more. We now have the Building Safety Act or the Building Fire Safety England regulations. The answer to that is no. The above acts and regulations there have not replaced the Regulatory Reform Fire Safety Order 2005. That is still statutory primary legislation for England and Wales. What these other acts and regulations, Fire Safety Act 2021, Fire Safety England Regulations 2022, and the Building Safety Act 2022, in effect have been brought out to do was to clarify some sections of the fire safety order following on from the Grenfell Tower fire. So a little bit more detail about these. Fire Safety Act 2021. As you can see there, it clarifies that responsible persons, RPs, for multi-occupied residential buildings must manage and reduce the risk of fire for the structure and external walls of the building, including cladding, balconies, windows, and entrance doors to individual flats that open into the common parts. The RP has a legal duty to manage and reduce the risk of fire for these parts of the building, and the fire risk assessment will need to consider these parts. Now, many fire risk assessments prior to this, and indeed some since this legislation came in, didn't consider the external envelope of the building, possibly didn't consider balconies and windows, and a lot of them didn't consider the entrance doors to individual flats, if you like. This has now changed that for a fire risk assessment to be considered as suitable and sufficient as the law requires, it must include these areas: the external envelope, balconies, windows, entrance doors to individual flats. Fire Safety England Regulations 2022. This legislation was introduced as an important step towards implementing the recommendations of the Grenfell Tower Inquiry Phase 1 reports. The regulations require all responsible persons of all multi-occupied residential buildings, which are high-rise, higher-risk buildings, defined as over 18 metres, as well as those above 11 metres in height, to provide additional safety measures. And there's a whole raft of additional safety measures that the Fire Safety England Regulations 2022 requires. And then finally, the Building Safety Act 2022, which was introduced to give residents and homeowners more rights, powers and protections so homes across the country are safer. The Act delivers for far-reaching protections for qualifying leaseholders from the costs associated with remediating historical building safety defects, and a toolkit of measures that will allow those responsible for building safety defects to be held on account, which in the past we've seen that has been lacking. So, fire risk assessment then, managing the building to assist the responsible person to manage the fire safety within their building. It starts with the fire risk assessment process, if you like. The foundation of managing fire risk in any building, residential, commercial, industrial or other, is the fire risk assessment, which is not only a legal requirement, but it really is the starting point in the process of identifying the hazards, as Gary and Rachel's presentation covered. The steps to fire risk assessment. We start off with identifying potential fire hazards. Then we need to assess the risk of harm to persons from identified fire hazards. Who could it possibly affect? We need to assess the risk to persons posed by those hazards, and then we need to ideally either remove the hazard, therefore removing the risk, or reduce the hazards, thereby, as I say, removing or reducing the risk to persons posed by the hazards. Not always easy. Ideally, we could be able to remove the risk of the hazard completely and take away any risk, but that isn't always an option. So we have to look at other ways to reduce the risk to persons. By law, the fire risk assessment, as I said earlier, is required to be suitable and sufficient. And Article 9 of the Fire Safety Order states it must be suitable and sufficient. So going back to the external envelope of the building and doors, etc., I know Gary mentioned in answer to one of the questions posed, the percentage of doors or how many doors maybe should be looked at. And as Gary quite rightly said, if you have a building, as I fire risk assessed 2 weeks ago, there's 425 flats in there. It really wasn't practical for me to assess every single flat entrance door. So I took an approach that I'll do a 10% finding, see what the findings were. And based on those findings, it would give me a good idea really by looking at sort of 40 odd individual flat entrance doors if I need to look elsewhere, or if that gave me a good idea of the sort of standard of entrance doors that were apparent. But again, must be suitable and sufficient. And bearing in mind that the fire authority is the enforcing authority, fire safety officers will look at fire risk assessments and they will determine whether they're suitable and sufficient. And again, if individual flat entrance doors, where they're applicable, if they haven't been mentioned in the fire assessment, balconies, external envelope of the building hasn't been mentioned, it will be considered not suitable and sufficient fire risk assessment. The article, the fire safety legislation, which says that the responsible person can appoint a competent person to conduct the fire risk assessment. So the responsible person, although doesn't relinquish responsibility for having the fire risk assessment conducted, is not necessarily expected to conduct the fire risk assessment themselves. As indeed, as we know, the fire risk assessment process, you really do need to have a very good idea on building regulations, different standards and guides that there are out there across a multitude of disciplines, fire alarm systems, emergency lighting, etc. To be able to conduct a suitable and sufficient fire risk assessment. Emphasis is placed on that word competent. Gary and Rachel mentioned the competency of a person to conduct a fire risk assessment earlier. The definition of competent is a person that has sufficient training and experience or knowledge and other qualities, not too sure what the other qualities are, to allow that person to properly assist the responsible person in undertaking the preventive and protective measures. And bearing in mind it's the risk assessor's signature that's going to be on that document, it isn't something that anybody should go into light-heartedly thinking, oh, I can do it, there isn't much to it. Very much you could be left wanting if you do take that approach. So 5 steps of risk assessment. This is a little bit sort of not quite as broad as Gary and Rachel's definition. 5 steps of risk assessment: identify the fire hazards. Identify people at risk, evaluate, remove or reduce the risks, record the findings, prepare an emergency plan and provide training. Don't forget that previously everybody had those premises had to conduct a fire risk assessment, but it only had to actually be recorded if there was 5 or more persons, 5 or more employees. That has now changed, that all fire risk assessments have to be recorded. And then regularly review and update the fire risk assessment on a regular basis. Certainly after any near miss incidents, after a fire incident, or as the law says, whenever there has been a significant material change to the matters that the fire risk assessment relates to. And again, even if, as Gary said earlier on, even if there is no material changes to the building, to the fire risk assessment, that the fact that you've conducted a review should still be recorded. We touched on this earlier on, but just to go over it again. So types of fire risk assessment. We have a type 1, which is a non-destructive assessment of common parts of the building. This is the most common form of assessment and usually sufficient for most buildings. Type 2, a destructive assessment of the common parts of a building, usually required where a type 1 assessment has identified inaccessible areas of concern and may require a contractor to open up areas of the building. Our type 3 fire risk assessment is a non-destructive assessment of the common parts, and I'd say at least open to interpretation, but at least 10% of the flats. Remember, in accordance with the Fire Safety Act, the responsible person must consider the individual flat entrance doors that open into the common parts. So how many the risk assessor looks at is going to be down to the risk assessor. Destructive assessment, type 4 fire assessment is a destructive assessment of the common parts and selected flats. Very similar to a type 2 assessment, but includes destructive sampling in both the common parts and living areas. The destructive assessments are not always easy to conduct because any damage, if you like, any holes that are drilled, any panels that are removed, any architrave that is removed from a door frame needs to be remediated, needs to be put right, and that might not necessarily fall to the expertise of the fire risk assessor. So you may well need to be accompanied by a fire stopping technician who can put your damage right, if you like, and to remediate anything that you've done. So there's some considerations there, depending on what type of assessment you're going to conduct. So what should the fire risk assessment look at? Well, for me as a fire risk assessor, I come across quite a few fire risk assessors that tend to just home in on the fire alarm system, the emergency light, the fire doors. I like to look at fire risk assessment and take a holistic approach. So it's more looking at a building, a premises, and looking holistically, look at all of the fire safety features that are there. The preventative, the protective, the passive, the active fire safety systems. Because in a building, the fire strategy, all of these systems should work hand in hand with each other. Yeah, the smoke ventilation, possibly linked to fire smoke detection in the common parts, etc. So doors that are opening under a pressurized system. So we can't just look at one thing as an individual fire safety feature. We need to look at how all of these fire safety features, equipment, work together in the event of a fire. So Article 8 says the responsible person must take such general fire precautions as will ensure, so far as is reasonably practicable, the safety of any of his employees. And in relation to relevant persons who are not his employees, take such general fire precautions as may reasonably be required in the circumstances of the case to ensure that the premises are safe. Now, so we're looking at employees and any relevant persons. And again, our fire safety order goes on to define relevant persons as any person, including a responsible person, who is or may be lawfully on the premises, and any person in immediate vicinity of the premises who is at risk from fire in the premises. So quite a broad range of people covered under that responsible person's banner. So how do we know what general fire precautions the responsible person is to take? Well, it comes back to we conduct a fire risk assessment as required by Article 9.1 of the legislation. Not going to go through the whole list, but you can see there, as I said earlier on, 53 articles in our fire safety order. Each article deals with a related but different area of fire safety. We've got articles 12 to 22 there, cover what really the fire risk assessment should be looking at: elimination or reduction of risk from dangerous substances, firefighting and detection, emergency routes, exits, going through to safety assistance, provision of information to employees. That is what the fire risk assessment should be centering on, and information that needs to be gathered and provided. The fire assessment, I've touched on this a while ago. The assessment must be reviewed regularly to ensure that the findings remain accurate and take account of all changes, any changes to the premises, number of persons, fire hazards or dangerous substances. The list is, I wouldn't say it's endless, but the list is quite comprehensive when a fire risk assessment should be reviewed. And again, periodically as well. Often come across people saying, well, what is a period? Is there a set period of time that a fire risk assessment should be reviewed? The answer to that is there isn't really a set standard for fire risk assessments to be reviewed. That really is within the remit of the fire risk assessor, based on the occupancy of the building type, and the risks of fire risk in the building. For example, if I conduct a fire risk assessment and there are some very dangerous occurrences going on, a lot of risks, a lot of hazards, I might say the risk assessment needs to be reviewed in 3 months' time, or even a shorter period of time, a week even. If we're looking at possibly a standard residential building that is classed as low risk, it's not a high rise building, maybe of 1 or 2 stories, we can say, well, is there a need to review it? Nothing's likely to happen in the near future. So maybe I could say, well, we could actually review this in, say, 2 years' time. It's very unusual for me really to go anything more than 3 years as a risk assessor. It's usually every 2 years at most, possibly stretching in a very low risk building to every 3 years. And again, dependent on if there's been any changes in the meantime. So very short and sweet presentation. I hope you found it quite informative. And I'm happy now to take any questions.
Thanks, Paul. That was really interesting. I'm sure the audience found it so as well. There are quite a few questions. In fact, I'm just trying to catch up with all the ones that have come in. So I'll start with a couple I've got here. How should fire risk assessors find out about relevant standards other than through sessions like this?
That's a good question. Basically, it's about a fire risk assessor keeping abreast of changes. As far as I'm aware, there is no real sort of formal go-to place that is going to really email a fire risk assessor every time there's been a change. It's up to the fire risk assessor basically to go looking. Obviously, there are a lot of websites. If you can get onto the Institution of Fire Engineers website, when things change, things get announced on there. I tend to find, funnily enough, LinkedIn. A lot of information is released on LinkedIn. It prompts me to go looking elsewhere for it. But basically, it's up to the fire risk assessor to maintain his or her CPD and basically just keep abreast of developments.
Yeah, great, thank you. And now this comes back to actually something that was asked of Rachel and Gary, but you might have a different take on it. So is there expected to be a definition for competent fire risk assessors to solidify the requirements of fire safety legislation?
Well, as you said there, I mean, what we've been using for quite a long time is that competency is defined as somebody who has the necessary skills, expertise, knowledge and experience and other qualities to term themselves as a competent person. Like Rachel and Gary, I am a little bit hesitant with that being too prescriptive. Although I do think there is a need for a more firmer definition of that, because when you say to anybody a competent person, well, it's quite necessary skills, knowledge, experience. Someone can say, well, yeah, I've read a book and I worked in the fire safety department for a week, therefore I'm a competent person. So how do you measure competency? And I think that we do need some kind of framework that gives us the measure, what is considered as a competent person.
So in the absence of a formal definition, is there anything that a responsible person should be looking for or could do to satisfy themselves that the fire risk assessor is competent?
Yeah, that comes at time and time again, and honestly, I can count on the fingers of one hand how many times a responsible person has approached my company for a fire risk assessment or fire door inspection. How many times they say, can you provide me evidence of your competency? Have you got any certificates, any affiliations that you can show me? Least of all, most of them don't even ask me for my insurance. Have you got any PI or PL insurance documentation? And lastly, have you got any references? Can you give me anybody I can go to and say, can you tell me about the standard of this person's work? Hardly any clients ask me for that. And I'm so pleased when people do, because yes, I've got all my insurance certificates. I've got a raft of qualifications to show you and competencies. So things to prove my competency. For me, I've spent 30 years in the London Fire Brigade as an operational personnel and as a senior fire safety officer as well, and I was also a senior officer. So my competency that's my experience, 30 years in the London Fire Brigade. Knowledge, I've got quite a few qualifications, and I am a graduate of the Institution of Fire Engineers. I'm also a member of the National Association of Fire Door Inspectors. So all this goes to prove my competency. So the responsible person should be asking, can you provide me with evidence of your competency? Can you provide me evidence of your insurance? And possibly look for references as well.
Yes, it definitely seems that there's some work to be done on getting responsible persons to ask those questions.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. So this question, I think, actually initially came in for the previous presentation, but it might be one that you can answer because it's around a similar theme. So, but don't worry if you can't. How is the balance redressed between fire safety standards and being practically feasible within complex buildings and retrofitting old buildings?
Oh, so especially with fire doors, doors required to perform a fire resisting function, there is a saying that if the door was installed to prevailing standards at the time of installation, as long as it has been maintained in a good condition, there is no requirement to retrospectively do anything to it. So I'll give you an example to explain that. You have a fire door where the door jamb used to be 1 inch deep, now 25 millimeters. So many fire door inspections I see, reports I see, say the door has not been fitted with an intermittent strip, cold smoke seal. The remedial action is to fit an intermittent strip, cold smoke seal. However, there's a 25 millimeter, a 1 inch door stop. Well, at the time that door set was actually installed, a 1 inch door stop was considered adequate to resist the passage of smoke and flames through that door for a minimum period of time. So in answer, I think, Simon, please tell me if I haven't answered the question. It is again taking a holistic approach and saying, well, okay, it might not be code compliant because so many fire risk assessors go on, it's code compliant. So many fire door inspectors say it doesn't meet current standards. It isn't code compliant. Well, slow down a bit there. It might not be code compliant, but will it most likely do the job? Will it perform to design intent? Will it most likely do the job it was put there to do? So a fire door, you've all heard this term nominal or notional fire door. So many times as fire door inspectors that say, the door I'm looking at hasn't got a British Woodworking Federation sticker on the top edge. It hasn't got a BM Trada plastic plug in the side. Therefore, I'm failing it. It isn't a fire door. However, door might well be 46 millimeters thick. It might be a solid timber door in good condition. And so, okay, even though it doesn't say I am a fire door, using your knowledge, your experience, your skills, you can say, well, okay, it might not say I'm a fire door, but it is most likely to do the job of a 30 or a 60-minute fire door. I can therefore happily say I'm going to call it a nominal fire door, which will most likely do that job. Of course, it comes down to it's my signature on that report. So if it turns out that it won't do the job as design intent, it comes down to me. And I think this is where a lot of fire risk assessors and a lot of fire door inspectors especially are very reluctant to, unless there is evidence there that says I'm a fire door, for example, they won't pass it. Of course, the knock-on effect is basic replacement cost of a fire door set, the door and frame, is hovering around about £2,000 on average. So if you take that approach, oh, it hasn't got a sticker on it, therefore I'm going to fail, it's not a fire door, you are now putting a large expense onto the responsible person, especially a responsible person that may have a block of flats that has, I don't know, 40, 50 units, and you condemn every individual flat entrance door, you've just put £100,000 worth of expense onto that responsible person, where in all fairness, the door, there's nothing wrong with the door, it just doesn't say I am a 30-minute fire door. It's a solid timber door in good condition, it will do the job. I meandered off a little bit there, Simon. Did I answer the question? I'm not sure.
Yes, I think so. I mean, it sort of comes down to a competent person should know what they're competent to do and use their judgment accordingly.
Yes, and so many are not really inclined to do that. As I say, when they come to putting their signature on that report, they don't really I mean, we have a saying in fire doors situation, it's better to fail a door that goes on to pass than to pass a door that goes on to fail. And I can understand that, but I won't take up too much of my time, but very, very briefly, I did a fire door inspection on a very expensive property in Curzon Street, Mayfair. It was a Lombard building, obviously a former bank building. The internal doors were probably 10, 11, 12 foot high. Most of them were about 3 inches thick. I don't know what timber it was, but it's an absolute solid hardwood. A previous fire door inspector had condemned all the doors and said they're not fire rate doors, they're not 30-minute doors, replaced them. Of course, the owner of the building was not at all happy. I went in there and said, I can honestly tell you, 30 years as an operational firefighter, I'd quite happily sit behind this door for a couple of hours if there's a raging inferno on the other side. There's no way is a fire going to get through this door in 30 minutes? No way in a million years. And this is that, that knowledge and experience to be able to make that decision. And I was quite happy to put my signature on that report. So, as I always say, knowledge is a good thing, but also we need to have quite a large helping of common sense as well.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Okay, onto a different aspect of the topic. Would you consider that the fire safety order applies to unoccupied owned buildings, e.g. whilst empty, for sale, pending development, etc.? Because the effect of fire can affect neighbours, public responders and so forth.
Yes, it can do. Don't forget that the fire risk assessment is not only an assessment of the physical features of the building, but it's also the management of fire safety within the building. So I would say the answer to that is yes. But the fire assessment won't necessarily look at, for example, staff training, because obviously there's going to be no staff. It's an unoccupied building. But certainly an unoccupied building can still present a risk to neighbouring buildings. If the fire safety features I'll give you an example. If you've got a building that is used for, it's unoccupied, but the owner says, well, I've got an unoccupied unit. I've got, I don't know, I'm doing a house clearance. I'll just put it in my unoccupied unit. So yes, the unit is still unoccupied, but it has now had a fire loading introduced into it. Now, depending on any kind of ignition sources in that building, we have an ignition source, we have a fire loading. Should there be a fire, it can affect neighbouring properties. So my answer to that would be yes. Not blanket approach, yes, but yes. An unoccupied building where there is a responsible person for it should decide whether a fire risk assessment would be necessary. And I would say yes, in most cases it would be.
Thank you. Is a detached building with 4 individual dwellings with no common areas, either in or out, so all with individual entrances, 2 flats ground floor, 2 flats first floor, considered as a building containing 2 or more dwellings?
That's a very good question, and something that is causing a lot of confusion and comes up time and time again. So we're looking at possibly if you look at what the legislation says, it says where there are 2 or more residential dwellings that share common parts. Now, you could argue that where you've got that building where the front door to each of the premises opens directly from the street, well, there's no shared parts, there's no common parts. So to the letter of the legislation, you'd say no. However, what about if that it is necessary for people to walk past each of those doors in order to make their escape away from the property? So if it's necessary for me to come out of my particular dwelling and turn right or left and walk past the neighbour's front door, depending on if I can walk in another direction, if it's necessary for me to make my escape away from the building, passing that other front door, then possibly that door should be a fire resisting door. If I can come out of my dwelling and just go straight across onto a piece of grass and not go past another door, it doesn't. So it is a little bit of a grey area. Solicitors, I found, are asking for a fire risk assessment where you've got that sort of a setup. And people are saying, well, there are no common parts. Why do I need a fire risk assessment? So it's not a blanket, no, you never will need a fire risk assessment. It all depends on if it really affects the means of escape.
Thank you. This one starts with great presentation, thanks. Article 6, FSA 21 amendments, FSO applicable, 2 or more dwellings, structure, external walls and any common parts. Is it still the understanding that all 3 conditions are required for fire risk assessment?
All 3 conditions being what? Sorry, Simon.
I'll read that again. Obviously, I'm not a subject matter expert on this one, so I'm just reading what the question says. Article 6, brackets, FSA 21 amendments. FSO applicable, brackets, 2 or more dwellings, to structure, external walls and any common parts. So I guess the 3 conditions would be structure, external walls and common parts. Is it still the understanding that all 3 conditions are required for fire risk assessment?
Yes, most certainly, yeah. The Act does require, this is since Grenfell, because prior to that, Not all fire, well, how can I put it? Not all fire risk assessors, not all fire risk assessments necessarily covered the external envelope of the building or individual flat entrance doors. I know certainly my fire assessments for about the last 4 years, I've covered all of those, but there was nothing to say that I had to. Now, the law says that you will include all of those 3 areas for the fire risk assessments to be considered as suitable and sufficient. So yes, all 3 of those areas have to be covered in a fire risk assessment for the fire risk assessment to be considered as suitable and sufficient. Yes.
Thank you. What action should be considered when any previous and current FRA recommendations have not received any actions? The same risk remains, so raising the risk level, e.g. moderate to substantial, is probably not reasonable?
Again, it's, as we all know, this fire safety world, there's very little that's black or white. There's a lot of grey. Depending on the level of risk that is present, if the responsible person hasn't taken any action on remediating what the previous fire risk assessor has found, I mean, that in itself, the responsible person would be ill-advised to do that. It's like having your car MOT'd and they say you've got 4 bald tyres. Well, you just don't go and change them. Well, that's down to you. Same with this, with a fire risk assessment. If the fire risk assessment comes back and says, look, these are the areas I've just, can see that you've got some identified deficiencies and this is a remedial action I recommend you take, then the responsible person would be best advised to take action. Where they haven't done, don't forget, and in my former role as a senior fire safety officer and senior officer in London Fire Brigade, I did stand in front of coroners on quite a few occasions. And when the responsible person is in front of that coroner, and the coroner says, well, you had a fire risk assessment done last year, and this was a remedial action that was required. Why did you not take it? Guaranteed your hand is going to be gripping that bar in front of you very, very tightly, because the coroner will say, well, so you know better than the fire risk assessor then, do you? And that's what they'll say to you. And then you're going to have to justify why you've taken no action. So, yes, for me, if the concerns are that great, I would have no hesitation at all in making the local fire authority aware that, the fire assessment that's been done, there is a risk to persons that is I consider so serious that action needs to be taken. And then they will get a visit by a local fire safety inspection officer who will look at it and, if necessary, take action by, issuing an enforcement notice or a notice of deficiencies, or even prohibition. Under Article 31, the fire safety officer does have the power to prohibit the use of whole or part of the building where the identified fire safety deficiency poses such a great risk to persons that it's not safe for them to be in that building or part of the building. So yes, it's not something that should be ignored. So for me, I will do a fire assessment once for a responsible person. If I go back to review it in a year or 2 years' time and have taken absolutely no notice of what I said previously, I basically remind them of their duties and responsibilities and say, well, look, if you're not going to take any notice of what I'm doing, I'm not going to keep on doing fire risk assessments for you year after year, noticing the same deficiencies, because I have to take some responsibility for that I've noticed it for 3 years on a trot, but I've done nothing about it. So yes, I'll definitely be a little bit more sort of sterner with them and say, look, if you're not going to take your responsibilities sensibly, I won't be your fire assessor anymore, but I may well inform the fire authority that you're not being very responsible.
Thank you. We've only got a minute left, but I would like to squeeze one more in because it's not entirely unrelated to the question you've just answered, which is how can we as an industry better inform business owners that they have to comply with the fire safety order? I have found that a lot of the time I'm requested to carry out an FRA as their insurance company has requested it. Otherwise, they were unaware of their responsibility. So I think the implication is it's only being requested because the insurance company's asked for it. So what can we do?
Yeah. I was a fire safety officer in London Fire Brigade at the time the legislation changed from the Fire Precautions Act to the Fire Safety Order. And the government brought out a great campaign, said, yeah, we're going to advertise it and everyone's going to know. And I think I heard about one advertisement on LBC and that was it. And this has been, for me, this has been a little bit of a weak part of the legislation. Whereas before you had a fire safety order under the Fire Precautions Act come round to your premises and tell you what you should be doing, it was then transferred over, well, actually, it's not our building, you're the responsible person, it's up to you to work out what your fire safety requirements of your building is and for you to sort it out. Well, that's fine, but if you are, I don't know, a clothing manufacturer or whatever, well, what do you know about fire safety? You're an expert in your field, but what do you know about fire safety? And again, as that person who's posed that question says, well, take it a step further than that, how do I know what is required? That I actually need to conduct a fire assessment. In law, the law will turn around and say, ignorance of the law is no defence. If you are a responsible person, you should know your duties regarding fire safety. And so it really is up to the responsible person to look at taking on that position. What are the duties and responsibilities of my position as a responsible person? What should I be doing? There's no one that's going to come along and tell you. That's what I mean.
Great, thank you very much. And we're now out of time on this subject. And thank you also to everyone who's sending questions in as requested. It's great to see them coming so thick and fast. Unfortunately, we don't have time to answer all of them live, but we'll get through as many as we can. So thank you very much for that, and thank you, Paul.
Thank you all for listening.
And I'm now going to welcome back Gary Daniels for the final session before the lunch break. And Richard Clark as well, Senior Fire Engineer at the NFCC, and they are going to talk to us about the S9991, the Code of Practice for Fire Safety in the Design, Management and Use of Residential Buildings, which was recently been revised. So welcome, Gary and Richard.
Right. Richard, have either of us got control? Oh, here we go.
Are you taking control?
I'll take control. I will pilot you. Now do your best witty impression. Right, so Richard and myself will be presenting on BS 9991 for the use of basically fire safety in residential buildings code of practice, and we'll be running through the thought process of the way the standard was put together and from the perspective of two of the panelists. Let's hope this slide moves, which it is not wanting to do at the moment. That's typical. Taking control is not moving. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Brilliant. Perfect. So, just like we did the last time, the views expressed in this presentation are absolutely not the views of the BSI, the IFE, NFCC, or Jacobs. They are very, very definitely our own views. We definitely don't agree with each other most of the time, and others in the committee definitely have other views. And please also bear in mind, it took 4 years. It's 261 pages long. We are not covering anything other than a very shallow overview of this standard. What we will try to do is address some of the questions that have come up after its release. So Richard and myself have seen a large number of post-issue comments and also been directly approached about this, and we're going to try to cover as much of this as we can. Richard will be leading the first half of it. You get the joys of me for the second half. So over to you, Richard. Ooh. Let's make sure this works.
Next slide then, please. Thank you.
I'd love to do next slide. Oh, there we go. Working.
Yeah. So, hi everyone. I thought we'd start off with a bit of background around the review of the standards. So, I'm not sure everybody is aware necessarily how standards processes work, but to go into the background of the 9991, the previous edition of it was published in 2015. Most standards have a 5-year review cycle, so it was due to be reviewed in 2020 anyway. But part of that review cycle was taken over by events. So we all know the events that unfolded with Grenfell Tower and the subsequent changes in legislation and inquiries led to that. But it as part of that, certainly from a fire service perspective, we started looking at buildings in a different way. We expected a more in-depth examination of them, and that kind of revealed quite a lot of issues in the built environment, things we may not have considered in previous standards, such as kind of the quality of building and people's ability to escape from their buildings. That led to things like the headlines we see on the board, on the slide there. And there was also government events which overtook the existing version of Treble 9.1, such as the lowering of the sprinkler threshold in buildings from 30 metres to 11 metres and the ban on combustible items on the exterior of the buildings. These meant that the existing version of the standard was somewhat out of date and needed to be reviewed. So the review process was started. If you can move to the next slide, Gary. Oh, too far. So the review process involves a very specific process, which is detailed in something called British Standard Zero, which is the standard of standardization, which is possibly the most standardy standard you could get. It's free to download from the BSI website. And the way the review process unfolds is that the existing draft is reviewed to take account of any comments received since the publication of that standard, and also to highlight any areas that the technical panel on that thinks need to be updated. Once a mature draft has been put together, it is then put out for public consultation, which I think was mentioned earlier. From that point, there is a 60-day time period for the public to comment on that. The standards are usually available for view on the standards development website, and absolutely anyone who is interested can comment on that. The Treble 9.1 standard was set new records, so we received over 1,800 comments on it. Prior to Grenfell, standards were kind of quite niche and not many people really looked at them, so this was quite kind of unexpected and unprecedented, the amount of comments that were received on that. That led to a very lengthy process of review. I think it took about 3 years and over 50 meetings, which was a record. 50 main meetings, that is, and they were all-day meetings of the technical panel, with additional sub-meetings on various kind of specific aspects that took place outside of that. It's worth also mentioning that the panel membership is composed of people who are individually representing themselves as experts, so they are there because of what they know. That differs slightly from British Standard committees, where usually you get representatives based on organisations, such as me, who represents NFCC on some panels. So all those meetings led to the publication of the standard that you have seen today. Again, whilst actually reviewing all the comments, events overtook us. So things like the change for fire testing protocols from the 476 series to the European norms, and also things like the incorporation of a second staircase, which means that the draft that was finally published differed quite a lot from the draft for public comment. We can move to the next stand. So we'll start by looking at some of the changes that have been made. So one of those is in the scope of the standard. Prior to the update last year, you could use Treble 9.1 for a building of any height. So that would go from 0 to infinity. And there were certainly those out there who felt that that should possibly be capped. So Treble 9.1 is based on a kind of this idea of a pre-engineered standard for solution. It does involve fire engineering, but behind the scenes rather than explicitly making you do that. But because of that, it was felt that actually there should be a limit on that. So the limits within it are 100 meters maximum for a building with an exterior wall that complies to A2 S1D0. And if you've got a combustible exterior, it's an 11 meter height. I think, just looking at my notes here. Part of the thought process behind having a height limit was that certain buildings get more complicated to manage. So there are certain recommendations within there that are based on height. So above 50 meters, it's thought that every lift should be a firefighting lift, and that's kind of because fire service access is so dependent upon the lifts that we need to have that in place there. This is a good place to kind of say about the disagreements that sometimes occur in panels. Certainly NFCC, in their response to the draft standard, thought that the height limit should be definitely lower than that, possibly reflecting other areas where you've got structural fire considerations need to be engineered above a height of about 45 meters. We didn't win that argument because it was seen as being kind of problematic in that how do you engineer a building if you're not basing it on a standard. So 100 meters was felt to kind of encompass most common buildings that are built in places other than London, I suppose. We go to the next slide. Another key change was those fans of the previous standard will have noted that it used to have a big section at the beginning looking at housing topologies. That was difficult because I think, as was exemplified in the 9792 presentation earlier, people just like applying different labels to buildings. So whereas the previous standard outlined things like how housing with care and things like that, what we found in practice was that people didn't necessarily want to build to that standard if it meant that they had to do something in addition to flats. So they would label things like, well, create different labels for things like housing with care just to make sure they didn't have to do things like fit sprinklers. So those typologies were removed from the standard, but in its place, specific guidance for care homes was introduced, which was interesting because it initially kind of was in front of the curve on the thinking around care homes. We've seen the update to ADB recently, which mandates the requirement for sprinklers in care homes, but the draft for Treble 91 had this at an earlier point. And the design of care homes in this is largely around actually designing buildings so that they can be managed. So there is guidance in there around the initial design meetings of them. So the idea is that you coordinate with the stakeholders involved in that design process. So it shouldn't be the case that an architect comes up with a design, a fire engineer or somebody looks at the design itself and says, yeah, that's all right, we can manage it okay afterwards. It needs to really have the client involved in that process to actually understand what their capabilities are once the building is occupied, because care homes are quite interesting in that they're sometimes very reliant upon staff to evacuate those with dependencies from one compartment to another. That evacuation strategy in most other than small homes is usually a progressive horizontal evacuation strategy, and that relies on moving people from one protected area to another. And as such, having people who are dependent upon staff for their evacuation, there is design guidance now in there around accessibility and the ability for people to escape in those buildings. So we have included things like guidance on evacuation lifts, which I'll come to in a bit. Next slide, Gary, please. So the guidance on care homes outlines, as I mentioned before, the idea of progressive horizontal evacuation, and that is usually that from any part in the building, there should be two different ways out from that building, as you can see on the slide there. We have received some feedback I've seen on LinkedIn and places like that around this particular drawing, because previous iterations of things like the HTM guidance had kind of what was known as a racetrack approach, where it's kind of a circular design where you can move from one compartment to each other in a circle. The reason we haven't included that is partly because I think this illustrates the example more simply, but it's also because when I was drafting this particular bit, my ability to do computer design was limited to copying and pasting bits from other drawings. So that's why we've got this particular drawing, but the principle still holds. So the idea is that if you were in the compartment 1, staff should be able to evacuate you from that zone into either one of the other two zones, should one of those be on fire. It's also quite a good illustration because one of the things we also want to emphasize is firefighting access. So it shouldn't be that firefighters are accessing the fire compartment from the same direction that the residents are being evacuated in, because the last thing you want is, if you have relatives in a home like this, is having firefighters with their big boots clumping all over you whilst trying to save people. There are also requirements for the compartmentation within this area, so those subcompartments should be protected by 60-minute construction, and each floor, actually no, that's the escape routes, 30-minute construction, and each floor should be a compartment floor within these buildings too. The evacuation strategy itself should take account of the dependency of the residents within there, so there is guidance also given about how to assess that dependency. So it goes from low, medium to high, and that would equate to the number of staff that may be required to assist in those situations. Next slide, please, Gary. And I've mentioned some of these bits already, but there is also a requirement that all care homes are now sprinklered. There is guidance on evacuation lifts, which Gary will go into a bit more about the general evacuation lifts guidance. But before, in care homes, there was a requirement for accessibility, but not necessarily a requirement for egressability. So there is a bit of information around if you are using lifts for evacuation, you need to protect it in certain ways. And I've mentioned the fire separation and the fire access there. If we can move on, Gary, that'd be great. There are also some updated information around smoke control systems requirements. So much in line with the building height limits, there are now some height limits on the use of smoke ventilation systems. For natural ventilation, it's permitted to use AOVs for a building up to about 18 meters in height. If you wanted to install a natural smoke shaft, that's allowed now up to 30 meters in height. Part of the consideration in this was research and findings since the previous standard, which basically says that physics has a difficulty with dealing sometimes with natural smoke ventilation above that height, because you have to then consider things like negative pressures and wind shear factors on the ventilators at roof height. There's also now guidance on the use of mechanical smoke ventilation systems for taller buildings. So anything above 30 meters, you should be using an MSVS system. And an additional height limit that's introduced is the 60 meter height limit. For if you're going to use MSVS above that, then you need to take account of the guidance in British Standard European Norm 12101 Part 13. That's largely around pressure differential systems, but again, it's because of things like physics, looking at things like the stack effect, meaning that you have to do a bit more calculation before just installing an off-the-shelf solution for that. It does allow you to use MSVS for extended corridor protection, and this is something we might go on to later because we've received comments around the clarity of this. There are limits to what an extended corridor can be, and again, that's because largely if you're designing for really extended corridors, by the time you factor in the fans you'll need to extract smoke for your MSVS system, you're probably not able to open your doors at the other end in those situations. And there is an Annex F, which deals with lots of information of smoke control, but it does have, and hopefully it shouldn't have to check this there, but it does have information around what we need for CFD analysis. One of the interesting points that was introduced into this is something that we often see when looking at designs from a fire service perspective, is that people try and design systems so that they are no worse than an ADB compliant solution. ADB has a particular kind of legislative context in that if you follow the requirements, if they're applicable to your building exactly, then you tend towards negative liability for that design. However, if you're then designing something so that it's the same standard but not actually adhering to that the recommendations of ADB, you don't have that negative liability umbrella over you. So really you should be proving that it's safe rather than it's potentially equally as unsafe as an ADB compliant solution, which is a very important point to note and is very explicitly within there. And then I think that's my part, and over to you, Gary. Oh, I've got that. That's the same slide. Sorry. Again. That's the one. You're on mute.
Yes. Had muted myself just in case there's any background noise while you were going on there, Rich. Right, so a couple of things on this one. So staircases. So we did get quite a bit of commentary in the DPC process on our original proposal to have guidance on having a single stair in buildings over 18. So we took aboard the DPC comments and we adjusted it. So we've changed it now to over 18 metre buildings must have 2 stairs, 11 to 18 and 11 sub 11 guidance, which is simply tidied up during that DPC process. A lot of people have asked me, why did you get rid of the single staircase option? And the answer was, and Richard said about it earlier, the idea of this British standard is that there is the approved doc can be in the national guidance documents. So, because obviously this is a multi-jurisdictional standard, it's aimed at any jurisdiction, you can use this anywhere. And then there is 9991, which contains some element of fire engineering, established fire engineering principles, things given in, say, the SCA guide, as Rich was talking about smoke ventilation before. So things that are contained within that guidance and therefore referencing. And then there is the full 7974 fire engineering. It does not mean that if you design your building and you're fully 7974, or or you're fully 9991, or you're fully ADB, that you are one is better than the other. They are all of equal value. It is simply BS 9991 contains additional guidance in areas outside against, say, something like ADB, but is not fully fire engineered. And it doesn't mean that a fire engineered solution for a single staircase building would be invalid because 9991 says have 2 stairs. It doesn't work that way. But that's why we decided there was too much fire engineering involved with the single staircase. We listened to the commentary and took it out. So that's why that happened. Likewise, the same with buildings over 11 provided with a sprinkler system. We looked at it, we looked at the risks involved, we looked at what we were trying to do, and as the panel, the decision was made that actually buildings over 11 should be provided with a sprinkler system. Again, with the option, if you didn't want to do that, you could fire engineer a reason why you did not want to have sprinklers. The specialised housing and care homes must be sprinklers, which was covered earlier on. And the water-nist element was that it was covered as part of the fact that it would generally be a bespoke system designed for the risk and therefore fell just slightly outside the purview of 9991 and into a fire engineering solution. So that's why the interaction between stairs and sprinklers were done in that particular way. It did move. Right. We did, however, keep table 2. Apparently lots of people liked table 2, which given I helped put it together in the first iteration, I'm quite happy to hear. You did, however, cause a great deal of grief for everyone having to now go through the new table 2 and keep it in, but table 2 stayed. You liked it, we kept it, and we also put in hot links. You asked for hot links, we gave you hot links. If you print your documents out still, I apologise, these hot links do not work for you, but for anyone else, we now put the hot links back in, which obviously people were very, very chuffed about. You wouldn't believe the commentary we got on the hot links. EVAC lifts, okay, common question. So one of the things that was raised and caused quite a lot of debate on is that obviously some of the national standards, so for example ADB, do not ask for EVAC lifts. So the first thing we got to ask is, why have you put EVAC lifts in, and why should we use 9991 because you've asked for EVAC lifts? And the answer to that one is that, okay, first of all, we were responding to a request, if you like, from certain people within the DPC about how this interface with the London Plan. So, because obviously London Plan, if you're building buildings in London, recommends or requires the use of EVAC lifts, and they also wanted the clarity on it. So we put together as a committee, as a panel, the guidance behind what we thought EVAC lifts should be, how it should be designed, how it would work within the common corridor arrangement, worked in relation to the smoke ventilation system, based off guidance from all over the place, including when we were looking at things like the use of EVAC lifts in healthcare premises, and put together the recommendations just to give clarity and design. And it was run through a large amount of play testing within our team, and we still got quite a lot of commentary back post issue of this document. In terms of, again, request for further clarity. But again, we were just trying to do something that effectively gave some guidance on this one. We provided guidance in terms of how big the lift car should be, guidance in terms of the spacing requirements for the sort of refuging area. We appreciate the BSEN 8176 is not out yet. It is due out October this year. However, it was felt we didn't want to wait to continue this standard. We got a pretty good idea from the working group. There's a number of people in the working group on that standard in our working group. So we decided that we would proceed on the basis that 8176 was coming out, but provide guidance on BSEN 8120 and adding paragraph 7.4.2 in as an interim temporary solution. Appreciate it's slightly controversial because we are expecting a standard to come out that hasn't come out yet, but we're pretty good confidence that it would come. And the guidance was basically based on this idea that that if you need to use an EVAC lift, you should have the same availability of escape as someone who does not need to use an EVAC lift, that there should be parity and fairness between your evacuation process. So if you are need mobility assistance, then the EVAC lift should be available to the same numbers. So we associated one EVAC lift per staircase. So the consumption is that if you have, as Rich showed for that care home drawing earlier on, stair at one end of a long rectangle, stair at another end of a long rectangle, that you should have an evac lift associated in close proximity to those stairs and not a bank sat in the middle. Because if a fire takes out access to those lifts, then that person loses their ability to provide their safe secondary route. So if we're 2 stairs in a building, we should be 2 lifts in the building, and there should be parity across the escape. And that then reflects itself in the refuging design, which is this idea that, you know, you should be in a safe area. So again, we get questions, and people have asked us, well, if you've got back-to-back staircases with back-to-back lifts as shown there, I mean, obviously they're shown on the side of the staircases, but they could be in a cluster at the front. How is that safe? Well, the idea is that is because if you see the dark grey shading, it's the provision of the smoke control strategy that maintains and ensures that the risks, you know, there's no apartments directly connected to that area, so it maintains that level of safety so an occupant can come along their dead end corridor into that space and have a choice of their means of escape. Conversely, their other lobby arrangements are designed on the basis that you are separated by cross corridor doors, and you can have a choice of 2 directions. Okay. Then there was aspects on the final exits. There was quite a lot of evidence provided to us through the working groups, through the first set of DPCs, that people were incorrectly designing means of escape at the ground floor level, or effectively egress level of a residential building. So again, all we did was clarify this. Actually existing provision was this concept that if you are in the staircase, you don't have to discharge back into an area of the building. So you either evac your staircase directly to the outside, or you go into a protected corridor that is separated away by lobbies, away from all the other residential flats. There's no chance of a fire at ground floor preventing anyone else from evacuating the building. So on the basis that that provision, which was always in the standard but has been better clarified and drawn up, because of that, the same procedure applies to lifts. So if you are in a lift and you discharge down into the building, you go into a protected corridor that takes you straight to the outside, you discharge directly to the outside. What you don't do is evacuate into an area where a fire could occur that would discount your ability to escape, i.e. a lobby where, you know, with direct resident access. But the other thing as well, it's also about, because we were finding that there are fire scenarios that occur in residential buildings where fires may discount more than one lift. We also said you can't have all your evac lifts clustered in one cluster. So again, we said if you have to have imperfect construction between 2 staircases and you can't put 2 stairs shared into the same protected entrance passageway, you can't do the same with the 2 evac lifts. Whatever you provide for a stair must be maintained for a lift. We have had commentary on this. We've had further requests for clarification. We appreciate that maybe the wording could do with a little bit of a little tweak to make it a little bit better explanation. So obviously we in the committee are considering that at the moment. Potential corrigendum, but the sheer fact of the matter is that the same rights you have as a staircase user is the same as a lift user. Other thing about stairs, small but important change, is parquet. We get a lot of comments on parquet. Okay, we referred to in the DPC to BS 5395, not parquet. Reason for that is it's a global standard, so therefore parquet doesn't apply to all jurisdictions. However, so we refer to 5395. However, we note that there is a difference in the risers and goings in 5395 against parquet. It is based on science. Those risers, there was a scientific survey that basically stated that there was a slightly decreased risk of slips, trips and falls if you provided slightly altered risers and goings to parquet. So because of that, we kept with 5395. I appreciate a lot of people have raised queries on why they can't use 9991 but not use parquet. Our view on it is that you have to use the full standard, and therefore the standard is referred to in the standard. But you know, obviously, there is always the option to use either ADB or provide a fire engineered solution, or entering negotiations with your respective authority having jurisdiction about that variation if it's, for example, already part of your design. So that's the vision. However, we have taken on board some of the commentary, and there is a potential proposed change or additional guidance going in on that one, just to help clarify what we meant when we referred to that one. Same again on low mounted guidance systems. A lot of people queried us on the low mounted guidance system because obviously it makes reference to a withdrawn, as an example, makes reference to a withdrawn standard on illuminated low mounted guidance systems. In fact, actuality, there's a section in the appendix which further clarifies that, which people missed because there's no direct reference to it, there's no hot link, which basically explains that low mounted guidance systems can be internally illuminated, or they can be externally illuminated for phosphorescent stripping. The idea is that you just had something present out of those two options, and there are proprietary products you can buy that allowed you to effectively direct people down the staircases and give them better use over 50 meters. Also referencing the 50 meters is we've changed the angles. Re-entrant angles changed based off some studies where it was demonstrated that there was a risk of fire and smoke potentially passing back into these taller buildings, and therefore the angles on the entrant angles bit has changed. So again, based off research. So it's one of those things that we decided that was a good arbitrary cutoff for the high-rise buildings, was going to be that 50 meters. We also provided additional guidance on the basement connections, mostly for the tricky 11 to 18 meter category, where we provided a bit more guidance in terms of what could be connected to the basement, what you needed to do with the basement. So you need to provide sprinklers, and how the other aspects of it will tie together. I won't go into massive detail, but basically it's just additional guidance, but it's worth remembering because it's a bit niche, because it is the 11 to 18 section, which I appreciate is a bit of a niche area. And there's also additional guidance Ken provided in graphical form. Again, had really been in previous standards about the need to separate the basement and staircase doors where you have more than two staircases. Okay. So again, just more about clarity. There's more just sort of trying to expand on what was already there and just make it a bit more user friendly and a bit easier to read. So the smart-eyed amongst you would have noticed that we got rid of all the national standards references. Turned out that was actually pre the Grenfell inquiry recommendations relating to this. It was just felt that this was leading to chaos and confusion, and that with a modernized standard, we should refer to the Euro classification aspects and not refer to the older British standards. So all the national standards were removed from the surface rate of flame calculations, and we put new guidance on external materials as well to tie into feedback we got from DPC, obviously what happened at Grenfell, what was being identified on existing buildings on site. So new guidance was provided in terms of non-combustibility of materials, etc. Power supplies. So we had in the initial stages of putting the strategy together, you sort of get some sort of an appeal for comments, if you like, on the standard before you start the revision of the standard on its 5-year life cycle. We had quite a lot on power supply, so it was one of the first things that got altered, and the work we went together was to look at power supply. So we've now clarified fully that it's 8519 unless that's otherwise specified, with some very small exceptions, which took a very large amount of time to negotiate and discuss in 9991. So it's 8519 unless we've specifically excluded it and made additional reference in 9991. And that went through a very, very long process with lots and lots of stakeholders to try to get this to a state where industry could find it useful and an assistance, but also stop the loopholing or mistakes that were being made. We've also clarified the fire resistance around LV and ELV, so extra low voltage switch rooms, and then high voltage equipment as well, and provided additional new guidance on the use of UPS for fire and life safety systems. So that's all been added in relation to your comments and requests. We also got quite a bit of commentary both in DPC and pre about the open planning kitchens. We did a big trawl of science studies for this one. Quite a lot of information was provided, a lot of information was sought and requested to look at a large amount of calculations, fire scenarios, etc. This was the eventual diagram that was settled on, which is basically deciding that there'd be a 1.8 metre distance away from the cooking facility to your escape route. Your escape route would need to be a minimum of 0.9 metres wide to allow escape, and also that you needed an extra 300 mil adjacent to the door, because if you're in a wheelchair, you need to approach the door from a slightly different angle to a non-wheelchair user, and therefore there's that additional 0.3 allows that that interface between the door and radiant heat to be covered. So that was all based off a large amount of scientific studies that came through, that we all digested, read, and the general consensus from the radiation calculations was this was the right, safest option, rather than continue to just say you can't have open plan kitchens, which wasn't obviously working and was leading to a lot of confusion in the industry. Right, balconies. Lots of clarifications provided about balconies. Lots of information was provided on weird and wonderful balcony designs that had been that had been created. So we provide additional requirements on what they can be constructed of, how ventilation for smoke dispersal works, single direction of travel, safeguards. I put up the diagram there. Even things on balustrading requirements, and we consolidated everything that was in Annex E as well. So again, should be a much more user-friendly and streamlined approach by putting everything in realistically one location and making it a bit of an easy one. If you are designing a balcony design, everything should be available to you in a nice and easy to use format, including putting in the clarification about the EVAC lifts, where they've been included, and in terms of having the staircase with a lobby and the EVAC lifts as part of that lobby, not providing things directly off the balcony. Now, coming pretty close to the end, so I'll give us plenty of time for questions. So things we didn't do. So we didn't cover lithium ion. Lots and lots of questions raised on e-bikes, e-scooters. 338 fires last year on e-bikes, and we don't provide any guidance of it. So there's a reason for this. The reason for this is that there is a push from a different location in the UK to have micro-mobility vehicles, as they're called, to be controlled by a different way. So rather than try to design for the fire, which, I mean, you can park an e-bike pretty much anywhere, the idea is that instead we make e-bikes safer, and it was more likely that would be moving faster than us changing designs, especially bearing in mind you've got legacy buildings from 60s all the way through to a brand new building being built now. It was just a way of let's control it at source, which is a micro-mobility vehicle. However, we do provide guidance on electric wheelchairs, because they are very specific, and they and can't necessarily be controlled in the same way. The idea is that they would provide additional guidance on that. If you were to build a dedicated space in your building just specifically for e-bikes and e-scooters, there's no reason why you can't use clause 7.5 on electric wheelchairs. We provided it specifically for electric wheelchairs, but there's no reason why you couldn't incorporate it if you so wish to. But fundamentally, we looked at it somewhere else. And the other thing we got a lot of as well is we didn't provide guidance on battery energy storage systems, or BESS. And that is because there is already a pass out there for dwellings, for the provision of battery energy storage systems in dwellings. We didn't want to scope creep too much outside of what is, effectively a fire safety standard for residential buildings. So we've been informed that more guidance may be coming from people like the Office of Net Zero or from the PAS itself. So we decided that there was enough scope creep and we would pause it, and obviously, therefore, additional guidance was coming from another source. So if you want to know why there's stuff about UPS but not about BESS, that is why. And that is us. Questions?
Thank you both very much. perhaps unsurprisingly, there are quite a lot of questions. So I'm going to apologise in advance to those asking them, because I suspect we may not get through all of them, but we shall, of course, do our best to get through as many as we can in the time remaining. So to start off with, and I've also tried to combine a few where I can, so another apology there if I have been slightly too efficient in combining things and missed the nuance in something, but I've done my best with them. So actually, let's start with a fairly fundamental one. Could you please clarify the standards relationship to the building regulations and the approved documents?
Okay, that sounds very much like an NFCC question there, Rich.
It's, as I mentioned in the bit of the talk I did. So if you look at the building regulations themselves, Regulation 6 and 7 clarify the issuing of approved documents by the government. So apologies if I don't get it exactly right, but it is that the Secretary of State for, in this case, the MHCLG, has the ability to issue guidance around how to comply with the building regulations, which takes the form of approved documents. Those approved documents set out the Secretary of State's vision of how you meet the functional requirements of the building regulations as detailed in Schedule 1 of those. The issue there is that, well, it's an issue, if you follow that approved document for common building types, and this is something the Grenfell Tower Inquiry Phase 2 report also highlighted, was it needs to be where it's applicable. So if your building can use approved document B in this instance to design it, and you do it to the recommendations of that approved document, then your design tends towards having negative liability. So if something goes wrong, it's generally not the designer's fault in that instance. You can, however, choose an alternative approach, which is how British standards came about. So British standards are formulated by experts within the industry, and it's a collective view over what a safe building would look like. So if you design to a British standard such as Treble 91, you don't come under this umbrella of tending towards negative liability, but you should have a safe building as long as you've designed it competently in accordance with the guidance and thinking about what could go wrong in your building. I think that pretty much encompasses most of it.
Yes, no, also just to mention again at a point that you, one of you made, I can't remember which, I'm afraid, but BS 991 is designed for use throughout the UK, so it's not specific to any of those 4 jurisdictions.
It's a very good point, yeah. So it's, again, yeah, technical handbooks have different advice to what the approved documents have, and I think Northern Irish regulations now are updated to differ from both of them. So there's a mandatory requirement under regulation in Northern Ireland for things like care homes and student housing, whereas in England, certainly it's optional.
Thank you. So this is one of my combined questions, because there's been quite a lot about Part K mentioned. So how do the standard and approved documents, Parts K and M, relate to each other regarding stairs, and removal of references to BS 8458? I hope that's the same question. But anyway, how do the standard and approved document Parts K and M relate to each other? And this is
my section, it's my bit, isn't it? So, right, okay. As I said in the query, Part K is relevant to effectively English buildings. There are, I appreciate, technical handbook has very similar requirements to Part K, and I think Northern Ireland does as well. So, because this standard was made to be a universal standard across all the jurisdictions, we used the appropriate British standard covering staircase design. So therefore, it has additional provisions outside of the minimums, and I'm going to be careful with the use of the word minimums, but the minimum provisions given in K and M. So the answer to the questions is that a standard was used that provides an alternate way of achieving compliancy, and therefore it's a bit like comparing an apple to an orange to some extent, because it's written to be used in its entirety. And therefore you should be using the full design. However, that does not mean that you could not discuss alternate options with your regulator if you wanted to. But that is the way the standard has been put together.
The second half of the question, Simon, relates to the water mist.
Okay, so then I've combined more questions than I meant to, but the next one I was going to come on to then was another combined question, because there's been a few about water mist. So please, could you clarify why water mist systems are no longer included and any intentions regarding future inclusion. I think that's what I meant to include with that question.
Yeah, do you want me to, or do you want to, Gary?
I'll let you take this one.
So it's quite similar to, I think Gary mentioned around the open plan kitchen design. So as part of the drafting process, the panel undertook a review of all the research and information that's out there around the use of fixed firefighting systems. And one of the things around sprinklers is that there is a long history of their use. So they are systems that are over 150 years old. So there's a lot of evidence as to their efficacy, which isn't at this time equaled by water mist and other fixed firefighting measures in that sense. So as such, the decision was taken to remove the references to water mist because the evidence isn't there to support the use as an equivalent to sprinklers. But that's not to say that it won't be considered in future if industry can produce more evidence to highlight the usefulness of their designs.
And backing that one up, it's worth noting that those two standards, the one for water mist, the one for sprinklers, are different. The sprinklers one is a fixed standard. It doesn't matter who your sprinkler installer is, you will get an identical sprinkler system. But water mists are tested systems. So effectively each manufacturer and each use of the system will be independently tested. So it is much closer to a fire engineered design than it is a standard. It was just felt that it crossed that line because you couldn't say you needed X performance rate for a nozzle, or you needed X, specific, that level of specificity. That's the right word. Because you couldn't do that, it was felt that therefore it became on that fire engineering side of the fence and just fell out of where we could continue to have it within that standard without moving it to the fire engineering box. It's one of these. I mean, it's difficult because it's when you're putting together these standards, it's when you're going for that that design, trying to decide which side of the line something sits on, whether it's fire engineered or whether it is still fire engineering, but fire engineering light and so common that it's become an almost accepted practice. It's a very tricky line. Unfortunately, it just fell that other side of the line. And I think again, alterations and improvement in the British standard. I've got to be careful how I said the word improvement, but changing the British standard. So if you ordered a water mist system, it would come in a similar way to, say, a sprinkler system, where it come as a standardized entity, would go a long way to making our lives in this side of the fence on the BS 991 side, or 9999 for that matter, probably a lot easier because it allows that level of certainty on what you're getting.
Thank you. Next question, I think I can almost answer myself, which is BS 991 has changed. Any plans to change 8899? That's the standard for firefighting and evacuation provisions in existing lifts. It looks to me like there is a proposal going through to update that. So if either of you has any further information on that, it would be helpful. Or just confirm if I'm correct.
I do, yeah. So I'm a liaison to the relevant lifting committee, and yes, there is a plan. So it's partly predicated on the publication of British Standard European Norm 8176 on evacuation lifts, but when that happens, certainly will be a cause to update 8899 to potentially expand its scope to encompass evacuation lifts as well as firefighting lifts. But yeah, I think that's due to start towards the end of this year, hopefully.
Thank you. Somebody has asked for an explanation of the acronym MSVS, please.
Mechanical smoke ventilation system. My apologies. So that is something that uses bits of technology to either push or pull air out of buildings.
Sorry, there are just so many questions, and trying to go through and find one that's, as I say, a lot of them are on the same sort of topic, which is understandable. Why do you think it is appropriate to put a refuge area in front of an evacuation lift?
It doesn't have to be in front of the evacuation lift, is the answer to that question. There's obviously only so many things we can draw, and so many orientations. We provided some guidance in terms of the spacing requirements for it, how big the corridor should be, or lobby that it sits in. But there's only so many places you can draw it. So it was drawn in that particular way, but the real guidance in terms of spacing, sizing, distances, etc., is given within the standard.
Thank you. Doesn't diagram 31A still discount the ability to escape, given that the door to the common lobby will be open during firefighting? If the distance is less than 4.5 meters, it can be unvented. Although the building may have a stay-put strategy, meaning residents shouldn't be evacuating, could the stair still be compromised by smoke during firefighting?
Got firefighting in it, Rich, it's yours.
It's a very specific instance there. So, I mean, the 2 staircases will help that with buildings where that is relevant, because it'd be down to the operational incident commander to assess the measures and what's going on within the building. So the smoke in the staircase is mainly an issue where active firefighting is taking place. I think the design of smoke control systems should be that if a decision is then taken that actually the fire is out of hand and we need to start evacuating that building, it may be possible to make safe the staircase to do that by withdrawing from that area. This is very much going beyond my expertise in operational incident command, but generally, I mean, that's certainly NFCC's point of view why 2 staircases is useful, because one can be used for firefighting and one can be used for evacuation if that decision is taken. But again, it's worth going back that in the first instance, much of this guidance is predicated on the idea of a stay put strategy. So the initial incident should hopefully be confined to one flat, but from that point onwards, it would be down to the users of the building, well, an assessment of the building.
In fact, tying into that, actually, the operational consultation, if you like, in terms of discussing with the Fire and Rescue Service about the single stair is part of the reason why the single stair was removed, guidance was removed, and we went for a fire engineering solution, is because exactly that. You would have to do a QDR, qualitative design review. You'd have to engage the Fire and Rescue Service, and you'd have to do a hazard analysis or hazard ID just to basically identify all the potential things that might fall over, and therefore make sure your design incorporated them to as far as reasonably possible. So these are things that are very much fire engineering side of the fence. So, but the design that was provided in 999 was deemed to be safe and reasonable by all involved. But yes, you're right. You can break anything if you try hard enough.
Thank you. What research was carried out to change the angles to external walls adjacent to escape stairs?
Oh, now you've got me. We'd need to go through the notes, the committee. It was basically, I can't remember. No, sorry.
I think I was there for that one, so I can't help.
No, there was over 50 meetings. I've got a good memory, but unfortunately, I've pushed it to its limit.
Is there any statement within the latest version that ensures the design variations allowed in the standard don't apply to residential care homes, e.g. extended travel distances?
Yes, so we went through this at length in the committee process, making sure that there shouldn't be everything should be segregated in a way that there should be no ability to use a clause that isn't applicable to a residential care facility in a residential care facility. We should have caught every piece.
It's also very tied in with the guidance. So we hope the care bit is quite self-sufficient, but it's that assessment of the dependency of the people to be homed within those areas and the ability to evacuate progressively and horizontally to different areas from that. So you shouldn't really be able to get extended travel distances because it would lead to some quite lengthy evacuation distances and staff requirements to do that. So yeah, I can't imagine you do that.
Yeah, and the clause referencing and links as well shouldn't take you from if you follow it fully, it shouldn't take you to a place you shouldn't be going. That makes sense. It should all be.
Thank you. Was there any consideration about including more about MMC? I note data on MMC and VMC is limited industry-wide, and VMC buildings are being erected, perhaps under inappropriate guidance.
Oh yes, quite a lot of conversation was had about VMC and BMC actually, in terms of whether we could include some types within the standard. Mostly because the NFPA produced a guidance document on timber, which I had the fortune of reviewing for the committee. And I think the eventual consensus was, with the sort of type of buildings that we build and the limitations within other international standards in terms of VMC and BMC, it was just decided that it was really into fire engineering territory, because again, it's this hazard process, this need to review all the potential risks of failure, just step outside of that fine line between where a standard sits and where BS 991 sits and where 7974 sits. And I suspect when we revise 999, you'll get the same thing for non-resis. It'll be that line, and it all depends on the amount of information, the guidance documents from, say, industry sources and stuff that come through and together. But at the moment, that line is still on the fire engineering side, and the need to do a hazard, I think, trumps it going into a standard that's designed for anyone to pick up and use.
And there's not really standards on those areas yet. That's the other thing. So volumetric construction, there is no specific way of doing it. It goes back to what we were saying around water mist and other things, is that they are engineered solutions at the moment. They are products that are out there that can be used, but they can't really fit standard design guidance.
Thank you. Following on from BS 9991, will BS 9999 incorporate evacuation lifts next? I mean, I think we do have a session on others in this series later in the day anyway.
Well, 994, 9963D, but not 999. So there isn't a proposal yet there isn't a committee set up yet, a working panel set up yet to do 9999. There will be an update to 9999, and it will come, but it's far too early to say what will be in it or not in it.
It already does have Annex G, which does deal with evacuation lifts in these buildings. So that was the thing that was following on from Grenfell, the clarification of the need to evacuate people from residential buildings, which wasn't previously thought to be there. But the fire safety order certainly encompassed the need for a responsible person to consider the evacuation of all the relevant people within their building. So there is guidance out there already around that in 9999. That was, the previous edition of 9991 actually referenced 9999 in that instance too. So we'll revise that because there's now a standard for it, but it's already there.
Thank you. What's the situation on secondary power from another substation compared to a standby generator? I thought the backup via another substation was not suitable backup.
That's related to Annex G from 9999 as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think we've clarified that with referencing 8519. So your power supplies have to be 8519 unless we have specifically excluded it, because there are certain systems that do not need it to be to 8519, but 8519 now. So basically that little diagram in 8519 that shows you how to, well, it's quite a big diagram, it's about a full page, shows you how to deal with the secondary substation issue. You have to follow that guidance now.
Thank you. Is the intention of parts E and F of 15.1, which is final exits, that there should be no connection at all between the alternative means of escape from the two staircases or evacuation lifts, or there should be no direct connection, e.g. that the guidance could be met by separating them with a lobby, thereby having no adjoining separating element?
This is under discussion with the committee at the moment in terms of the original requirement, which was for stairs, was always in perforate construction. It was therefore replicated for lifts, which also states in perforate construction, stopping people from doing things like putting, smoke curtains between lifts and claiming separation. If you want to do that, it's fine. But you have to fire engineer it, because obviously hazard analysis steps in, risks of failure, etc. Those elements. However, it was, a number of people have pointed out that actually on the upper floor levels, you could do things like use smoke ventilation or have double door protection, and that maybe we needed to clarify what we meant by imperforate and why we put imperforate in. So that's gone back to the committee to discuss about whether additional clarification is needed. The provision won't change. The idea that you shouldn't have, and two stairs connected, two lifts connected, sharing the same space won't change, but there'll be some additional guidance and things about what can be done to protect that.
And it's partly related to when the evacuation lift standard comes out, it talks about kind of the need for detection to trigger a safety function of the lift to ground, so that if smoke gets into an adjacent lobby, it shouldn't pose a hazard to those using that lift in future. So if we had an open lobby where all the lifts came down into it and that smoke detection was triggered, then you've got no lifts that can work in your building. So
exactly, and it was very easy for it to happen if you had fire on first floor level with smoke travelling in via one lift could potentially set off the detector present on the ground floor level. So
yeah,
it deemed a suitable level of risk to need in perfect construction.
Thank you. I'm trying hard to find a question that we can finish off with that can be answered fairly quickly, but they're all great questions. But we're now at 12:30. But I want to finish off with one final question. Let's go with that one. Is there supporting evidence the open plan layout achieves as good or better level of safety compared to guidance in approved document B? The 2011 version advice enclosed kitchenware within certain constraints of the floor area has removed that and appears not being in accordance with PD 7974. Doesn't appear to take account of human behaviour, such as when the fire is too close to people who do not wish to pass a flame, sleeping risk, visibility, etc. So I think the evidence that change was based on, basically.
That's an interesting one. So I do know where they're coming from. It's something that fire services are always a bit hesitant about, because there is this idea if you've got a small studio flat that somebody waking in the middle of the night, possibly the worst of all areas I certainly was when I was a student, you may not wish to go towards the thing that's on fire. There is a decision tree analysis to look at kind of what guidance you use. Figure 19 details that. Certainly the actual open plan flat guidance is the same. The diagram is the same where the cooking facilities should be remote from it. The diagram that Gary highlighted in the presentation is just where those you have an in-room situation where you've got kind of residential accommodation feeding off the main open access area, that if you have to pass that area, you've the distances that you might want to go around it. So that's in there. I don't know if you've got anything to add to that, Gary.
No, I think they pretty much nailed it, really, in that, yeah, we acknowledge the fact that there will be certain designs where people may not wish to move towards that fire. We've tried to mitigate it as far as possible with, the 1.8 metre radiant distance, which actually is a very large fire. At the stage, bear in mind you've got detection present within the studio flat and possibly even sprinklers, depending on most buildings being over 11 metres will now be sprinkled. So there are other mitigations within there as well that are built in, so that make the use of the PD slightly different.
I would highlight the figure 19 thing, because I think we did get asked the question about whether you can use the diagram that was in the presentation for a small studio flat because of the distances. The key thing is if those distances don't meet with your design, then you can't use those. You have to do something different. So,
Okay, I'm going to have to draw it to a close there, I'm afraid. Thank you both so much. That was a great presentation and lots of questions answered. Once again, apologies to those of you who asked questions that weren't answered. There are just so many of them, which is great. We're really pleased that you're interacting with us and we're getting lots of questions for the panelists to answer. Please continue doing so with the afternoon sessions. But right now it's time for lunch. So we will take a break of just a couple of minutes, under an hour now. And we look forward to welcoming you back at 1:30. Thank you very much and see you this afternoon.
Thanks very much.
thank you.
Hello again, everyone, and welcome back. I hope you had a good break and are returned refreshed and ready for our afternoon session. We're going to be kicking this off with a presentation on current work in the BS 999 series. We welcome back Richard Clark, who you've already heard from today, and before that, Aman Sharma, CEO of Totus Digital. Welcome to them both, and we're looking forward to your presentation.
Well, thank you, Simon. Thank you all to BSI for inviting me back this afternoon to speak about, in this occasion, BS 9994. I'm sure this has captured some attention, both possibly during the course of this morning's events, but also since the publication of the government's response to Grenfell Tower's public inquiry and the recommendations that have been accepted since. If I could ask if we can move to the next slide, please, I'll jump straight in. And I want to start by setting out some context in the first instance. I don't think many on this seminar will need too much detail as to what a fire strategy actually is, but I think the context and a bit of background would be helpful in the first instance to set out why we think BS 9994 is needed, not just because of the learning over the last 8 to 10 years with recent tragedies, but also more broadly to try and steer a better standard of fire safety design for the future as well. But I think all will recognise that we use fire strategies today as the primary deliverable for the fire safety design across the built environment sector. Now that's globally. So for those that are privileged enough to have worked across other regulatory regimes, you will also recognise that either fire strategies or the equivalent thereof tend to be the de facto way to demonstrate a evidence base of regulatory compliance for whatever sets of requirements you're trying to evidence that compliance base for. So in the context of the English regulatory regime for building control, of course, we concern ourselves with parts B1 to B5. And I think what's interesting in our specific example on these aisles is that fire strategies have manifested in that way quite organically. So as the recommendation has actually made more recently, fire strategies will find their way onto the statute in the medium and long term. However, we almost treat them as a statutory requirement by virtue of the culture that we've fostered quite organically to bring these critical deliverables into our thinking, both as professionals, but also as regulators as well. And that's quite something to be applauded, I think. I think the fact that that's happened in a very natural way is positive. But when we consider these other two elements as well, that the use of fire strategies is certainly evolving. Again, historically, they have always applied during construction phasing. Perhaps less frequently has a fire engineer been asked to oversee and control the evolution of a fire strategy into REBA 5 and construction phasing specifically, and that is to capture any change control to that design that was agreed at REBA 4 or to verify that design as well. That is changing, and of course that's changing with the introduction of the new building control regime for higher risk buildings, but we want to make sure that we're cascading that practice and encouraging what I refer to as a life cycle approach to fire strategies, not just from REBAs 1, 2, 3, and 4 into 5, but all the way into occupation at handover and beyond. So we've spoken a little bit, but I'd like to expand a bit more on that last point there on how the introduction of this new regime that we now have for HRBs, where we have the building safety regulator acting as the building control body for high risk buildings, brings into focus the importance of a fire strategy. And of course, the government recently accepted the recommendation to make fire strategies a statutory requirement at Gateway 2. It's yet to be verified and confirmed exactly how far the government intends to go. Conversations are happening as we speak as to whether or not fire strategies will find its way onto the statute for requirements outside of high risk buildings as well. However, I can't recall many builder control applications being made currently under Gateway 2 that don't carry with it the fire strategy in any instance. Of course, fire strategies are not found within Schedule 1 of the higher risk building procedural regulations. Instead, you will see references to a fire and emergency file. And those two documents are quite different. But we'll focus on fire strategies today, but also just really pulling out and honing in on the importance to make sure that a standardization of these really critical deliverables is something that is seen as necessary to make sure that as we transition to a new regime where we have these documents as statutory requirements, we can do so to make sure that some consistency and standardization is brought across the board. And if we can move on to the next slide, I'd be grateful. And we'll unpack a little bit more about why we thought 9994 was a necessary thing to do in general. And this actually predates any of the learning that we now are reflecting on since Sir Martin Moore-Bick published his recommendations. And actually, BS 9994 is a project that's been in gestation for some nearly 18 months now, and probably as recently as, as far back, I should say, as the publication of the Phase 1 recommendations, where PAS 911, as you can see a copy of it here on this slide, was cited and discussed in some detail. And that kickstarted a program of industry roundtables and discussion, both with BSI standard makers, but also their wider networks as well, as to the perceived usage of PAS 911 and whether or not this was a document that was understood to be the de facto way that a fire strategy was developed. And after some extensive engagement, it transpired quite quickly and quite comprehensively, I have to say as well, that right through from the global multidiscs down to the sort of micro SME organizations that we see across the industry, that actually PAS 911 wasn't really being used at scale. Perhaps the reason for that was because it wasn't quite capturing the nuances necessary as fire strategies as a product being brought to the market were delivering. So it was decided very swiftly after that that BS 9994, or a British standard, was necessary to come in and replace PAS 911. And now PAS 911 has indeed been officially withdrawn from the development processes for PASs. So whilst it's still available, I believe, for download from the BSI library, it won't be updated. It won't be taken forward as a PAS. And of course, we will now have BS 9994 coming in its place in any instance. And we'll move on to the next slide, please. So I'm sharing with you here the bottom part of this slide is actually the scope of BS 9994. So for those who are unfamiliar, the starting point for the development of any British standard or PAS is to propose, debate at length sometimes, and the panel convened for this particular British standard didn't buck this trend, but agree finally on a proposed scope. In this case, and I don't mind reading this one out verbatim actually, because I think it's quite important, but this British standard will specify requirements for the design, implementation, operation, and management of a fire strategy throughout the life cycle of a built asset. This British standard is intended for use by people involved in any aspect of the design, implementation, operation, evaluation, and management of a fire strategy. Now, there's a couple of things I just want to pull out here for consideration within this scope text. The first of which is the proposal that actually fire strategies are for life, not just for planning and design. We are suggesting that fire strategies will be the principal deliverable that will inform all fire risk management activities throughout the life cycle of a built asset. I'll come to this term built asset momentarily, but really this is quite an important point to just pull out here, that we are encouraging a culture, and we really want to try and apply this at scale, that whatever the technical life cycle and whatever the desired activity, the requested activity from the client, whatever it might be, fire risk assessment, a fire risk appraisal of external wall, and everything else that falls under that category of fire risk management, we want competent people to be walking into these buildings in the future and firstly asking for a fire strategy, and hopefully over time getting it to be able to inform either their risk assessment or their risk appraisal of an external wall, or perhaps development of an evacuation strategy, whatever it might be. They really are documents that contain some critical information, what I refer to colloquially as static information, that helps to really bring forward a set of credible and to some extent defensible risk appraisals and recommendations made from risk assessments, where risk assessors, for example, don't have to make technical assumptions, but they can actually just review the information that is there. And actually, we need to think about the reciprocal element of that can happen for those built assets that are already forming a part of our built environment. So you've noticed some term, I'm sure, and I suggested I'd expand on it earlier on, of built asset. This is terminology that is synonymous with the UK BIM framework and BIM terminology, and I would encourage anyone really to start thinking about that synergy between information management terms and definitions and what we will start to deploy across fire safety standards more broadly, both for existing ones when they are reviewed, but also for fire safety standards that are in the pipeline, of course, one of which we're talking about now. If we can move on to the next slide, what I want to talk about is the strategic objectives that I've set the drafting panel here for the development of this standard. And these build out from the scope text. And I think it's really, really critical just to pause and reflect on all 5 of these here, because we will be challenging the authors here to make sure that they are benchmarking the development of the copy that you'll see at draft public consultation against these 5 strategic objectives, but they expand, they really do pull out the scope in a great deal more detail. And I'd like to go through these one by one. So the first of which is to promote a life cycle approach to the development and ongoing management of fire strategies. So what I mean by that is something that I suggested earlier on. So specifically to make sure that we are changing our thinking on where fire strategies actually apply. And again, historically through planning, if you were lucky, but certainly at design. And again, if you were lucky, you may see a fire strategy pop up at construction phasing as well. We're saying, irrespective of the technical life cycle, fire strategies apply, which means that for existing buildings, yes, we would be bringing forward recommendations to develop proportional fire strategies for buildings that are already occupied. We want to enable a consistent development process, which in turn will lead to a better quality of fire strategies. I'm sure those who are responsible for developing fire strategies that are listening to this will recognize that there is a slightly disparate approach being taken to the presentation of fire strategies to the regulator, but also to statutory consultees, client organizations, and so on and so forth. And whilst that autonomy is really important to try and safeguard against, we want people to be able to benchmark against client requirements, also incorporate employer requirements where necessary as well. We do think that setting out what good looks like here will enable that consistent process for the creation of fire strategies. Again, wherever so it may be within the technical life cycle of that built asset that you may be doing so. Number 3 is possibly my soapbox piece for 2025, and something that if you're unfortunate enough to hear me speak on more than one occasion, you'll hear me say over and over again. And it's taking a right to left approach to the development of fire strategies when we're talking about design, rather than a left to right. Now, what do I mean by that? I'll give an example specifically. Focusing on end users and those that have the most to gain and certainly the most to lose during the design development when it comes to, in our case, Part B to Schedule 1 of the building regulations, and asking ourselves how our design should be informed from the understanding of how that built asset will be managed, including what management provisions may or may not be in place. Now, an example of that is the growing concern and challenges around the incorporation of evacuation lifts here. And it's a very, very good example of both the substandard quality of some fire strategies coming through the regulatory pipeline, where, and I'm happy to share anecdotally, I've seen some text that candidly just says something as binary as an evacuation strategy will be developed once the building is occupied, and a proposal to use the evacuation lifts that have now been provided as a function of regulatory requirements such as London Plan, etc., will be developed once the building is occupied. Now, that is just simply not good enough to be putting into a fire strategy at either concept or detailed design. Solutions need to be thought through at that stage, because it's all often too late by the time we've occupied the building to bring forward solutions, whether they are passive fire safety solutions or active fire safety solutions. Instead, it would be incredibly sensible for the design team and the fire engineers specifically to be asking, well, what will you have and what won't you have when you occupy this building? And let's work back from there, including assessing and considering things like the occupancy profile, for example, and as I said earlier on, management provisions also. So that is it's a concept that's pulled from project management more broadly, and strategic change management on a global scale, something we refer to, as I said earlier on, right to left thinking as opposed to left to right. Number 4, the terminology and language will be consistent across other relevant standards. It's something we try and do anyway, but actually this is quite important because some actually refer to fire strategy as something else, don't they? So you probably heard references to fire safety strategy, and I'm sure variances of it, but we have a British standard for terminology and consistency of terms relating to fire engineering, and the relevant coordination is happening between the two technical committees to make sure that one definition is exactly that and that there's consistency across the board. And I'm sure that everyone on this call will recognise too that fire engineering is changing. It's adopting what I would refer to as new first principles, and one of those new first principles is information management, and hence why we are seeking to align that terminology with the UK BIM framework, as opposed to referring to things like building, we're referring to built assets, and that's just one of many, many examples. But we want to make sure that we're considering any new and emerging skills relevant to fire engineering more broadly, to make sure that this is a British standard that, when published, is fit for purpose from day one and considers those new and emerging skills, but also what I refer to as those new first principles that underpin our profession. On the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about timeline. So this is one for your diaries. If I can ask for the slide to be moved on, please. We intend to, well, we've already started drafting. I say we, but I have to say the drafting panel have already taken up the mantle on this and are well underway with the development of what will be a first draft that will be presented for public consultation, which we hope to get out this summer. Now, in theory, this is not an overly difficult British standard to write for the reasons I mentioned earlier on. The challenges will come when we start to seek exactly what those new principles are that we want to bring in, how we bring in those proportional elements of application of a fire strategy for developing buildings, fire strategies developed at planning, so stage 2 fire strategies, for those who are familiar with this terminology, but also how we might want to encourage a proportional development of fire strategies for existing buildings as well. But we're quite confident that a public consultation will be scheduled and delivered against for summer of this year, and with a fair wind, the panel will be resolving those comments received over the autumn, with a publication due for spring next year. Now, that will be not necessarily defined by considerations made within the Ministry of Housing for policy recommendations coming forward, but you would expect, and I'm pleased to say that this is happening, that representation from the relevant civil servants within the Ministry of Housing will be sitting on, or already are sitting on, the technical committee responsible for this British standard, and there will be parity between the policies development and what we end up producing within BS 9994 as well. So my last slide before I hand over to Richard is just to talk a little bit about how perhaps you might consider getting involved with this, not just this British standard, but all British standards, in fact. So certainly one thing that you can do, if you're not doing already, please do monitor BSI social media channels for any future announcements on this fire safety standard and others. I absolutely would encourage you to contribute your comments at draft public consultation when we get there. Of course, you can only really know about that if you're watching those social media channels to be alerted to it. running in tandem with this, as I alluded to moments ago, will be future government consultations and potential call for evidence that we've seen. I think the response made a couple of weeks ago made that absolutely clear that the government intends to do that, to build out on its response, to accept all those recommendations from Sir Martin. So that will be running in parallel, and you'll see many a reference to fire strategies throughout those engagement campaigns, and perhaps even cross-references to development of certain standards such as these. So please engage with those as well. Get your comments in. They are absolutely critical and do go on to inform policy. And do engage with others as well, with your peers, with those across your network, and do try and cascade that best practice. But also, if you think there's something that the panel need to be considering too, get that into us, get that into the drafting panel for them to consider. It's industry practice that informs British standards, not the other way around. So lastly, that's a holding inbox there. So if you do want to get in contact, if you've got any specific questions, that'll come into my team within our organisation here, and I'm happy to try and get responses out as regularly as I can. And I really do want to hear from anyone who has got an active interest in fire safety standard development more broadly, but also engagement with BS 999 too. So thank you for that. Look forward to the Q&A afterwards. And I think my job now is to be quiet as I pass over to my good friend and colleague, Richard Clark.
Hi everyone, I'm here again to talk about a probably lesser known standard than what Aman's just been talking about, but it's called British Standard 999 and this is largely to look at the commissioning and maintenance of integrated fire safety systems, which is quite a long and complicated title. The reason that I kind of proposed this standard initially was because, as we've seen from the 999 discussion this morning, buildings are becoming really increasingly complex systems. So they have lots of safety features which all need to talk to each other. And there's a bit of a gap out there, I think, at the moment in the assurance of actually making sure that those systems talk to each other in order to make sure that all the occupants are safe in those buildings. And one of the key areas is actually if one of those systems fails these days, that can lead to some quite considerable safety issues, which we've seen in the past. So I just thought I'd go through the scope of the standard, if I can get the slides to move on. So the scope of 999 is to provide recommendations for commissioning and maintenance of fire safety systems in buildings, and that's to assist managers of those buildings and help fulfill their regulatory responsibilities. So I'll go through that in a second. It also, as well as the commissioning, we're hoping to provide guidance on the maintenance of those systems so that we know that once installed, those coming out to actually maintain the systems ensure that they continue talking to each other beyond that installation point, and provide documentation for those managing buildings throughout the life cycle of the building, just to use the same terminology that Aman was referring to earlier. So the case for the new standard actually arose following on from a lot of the regulatory activity following on from Grenfell. Working in the fire and rescue service in the background of it, we became aware of lots of the activity to assure the safety of high-rise residential buildings. It's worth noting that this standard won't just be applying to those high-rise residential buildings, but for all buildings, hopefully. But we did see there were a number of fires and changes to regulations that meant that people had to consider the holistic assessment of their building safety systems. So we can see a picture there of the New Providence Wharf fire. That was an interesting fire. It occurred during the day. Luckily, nobody died in it, but people were injured, and that was partly due to the non-functioning of the smoke control systems within it, because the fire alarm didn't talk to them. Throughout our regulatory activity as well, fire and rescue services had to assure high-rise buildings. There was one service that carried out a survey of their building stock within their local area and found, I think it was about 85% of the buildings with smoke control systems were non-functioning as they should have been, because they didn't necessarily interact with things like the fire alarm and detection systems within those buildings. It's not just fire alarm systems, there are smoke control systems, there are other aspects that need to talk to each other as well, things like fire lifts, and even where you have smoke control systems, we need to actually assure that fire doors close. So when a building is constructed, it's to make sure that everything is talking to each other and works properly. The New Providence Wharf fire gave way to a cross-safety report on testing of smoke control systems, and there is also a fair bit of legislation that's been updated in recent years. My apologies for this being quite Anglo-centric, but certainly in England, following on from the Building Safety Act, the gateway system certainly outlines that those who are commissioning new buildings, the clients for those buildings, when a building is completed, need to be signing a statement to ensure, basically to tell building control bodies, or the BSR in this case, that everything within that building functions as is designed. The problem is, at the moment, there is not enough guidance out there really to help them to do that, to help principal contractors to have a methodology for doing that, or certainly not in the British standards world. There are also other aspects. So the Fire Safety England regulations came out and put a requirement on responsible persons to assure occupied buildings that the fire systems for firefighter safety work, and that actually includes things like wet risers and smoke control systems. So identifying all that, I realised that there wasn't really anything in the British standards world that detailed how to ensure that everything ties together nicely. There are existing standards which talk about some of these aspects. So 7273 Part 6 talks about interactions of fire alarm systems with other building safety systems. There are existing standards which detail the commissioning and maintenance measures for individual systems on their own. So 5839 Part 1 will detail everything you need to know about fire alarm maintenance and commissioning. But as I mentioned, nothing that really says how one thing should talk to the other. It's also vital for buildings under construction, because often different safety features get commissioned at different times. So it may be that one system is commissioned early on in the building's development, whereas other features may not be installed until the last moment. So it really is key prior to that Gateway 3 or whichever commissioning finalisation concept the Building Control Authority undertakes, that we assure that everything is talking to each other. There is actually existing guidance out there which details some of this. So my main inspiration came from doing a bit of Googling and finding NFPA 3 and 4, which are quite comprehensive standards in the US, which detail how to go about carrying out these actions. Also, there is the CIBSE Guide M, which looks at commissioning and actually has quite a good detailed process, but I'm not sure how widely that is known in the fire safety world. And certainly this will standardize some of the processes in both of those and hopefully provide a commonality that we can all refer to in future standards. So the work so far, this guidance has been under development. The business case was initially put before FSH 14, which is the committee in charge of fire precautions in fire safety in buildings, in 2023, and it got the go-ahead to form a technical panel early last year. So it's been in development for about a year. So we are in a relatively advanced state, though not as advanced as I probably should be, of development. And I just thought I'd highlight some of the areas that may be of interest to the audience ahead of it going for a wider draft for public consultation later this year. So one of the key aspects that's included in it is a new role, or a clarification of a role. So certainly the changes to the building regulations in England brought about duty holder roles for building regulations, such as the principal designer and principal constructor. The hope is that this will interact with some of those and outline the criteria, the capability, competency of a duty holder in this construction process to oversee the commissioning. So that's somebody who will understand what systems are going to be put in place, how they interact with each other, and what is necessary to assure that they work correctly together. It also provides guidance on a commissioning plan. So that is a plan that can change throughout the design and construction process, but really needs to be embedded at the initial design point of buildings. So where an architect designs a building and highlights that there may be a need for key safety features within that, the commissioning plan will help to analyse that, highlight any areas which need to talk to each other and link up together, and then what measures need to be put in place to assure that throughout the construction and sign-off process. As that basically follows on for the next point about considerations for the building life cycle. So commissioning plans can change. So if it's a building that is being built now, you'll have certain criteria for that, but we also need to consider where buildings are being repurposed. So how do we look at systems that are in place and ensure ourselves that they talk to each other as necessary, that they function as necessary? We're getting a lot of things like permitted development rights where offices are being converted into flats. So we need to assure ourselves that what is in that building is adequate and will talk to each other in terms of this aspect of it. Obviously, other guidance will detail things like the fire resistance of it, but this will hopefully kind of detail what needs to interact with each other. We're hoping also that the standard will deal with how to plan maintenance in future as well. This was key to some of the issues, as I mentioned before, in terms of the regulatory activity. Often people will commission specific maintainers to come in and look at single systems. So a fire alarm installer may not be aware of how that fire alarm interacts with the smoke control system. The smoke control system installer will only maintain the system as far as that is their system is relevant experience is concerned. So they may trigger an alarm signal, but it might not be that an actual activation of the alarm makes the smoke control system work. So by having a maintenance plan, it'll help responsible persons understand what is needed in future and who needs to talk to whom when they are doing that. There is also going to be some information about specific systems within that. So we've done a survey of what is already in existing standards such as 9991, 9999 around maintenance, and also the individual standards themselves, just to kind of highlight where those gaps may exist, where we may want to have additional guidance as to kind of what needs to be considered when one system is designed to work with another. And then we're hoping there might be some form of checklist within the standard to help with that assurance, so that people can measure what they've got against that in order to understand that their systems are working correctly. We'll also probably highlight an idea of some form of commissioning matrix with the plan. The one I've seen scares me because it's ridiculously complicated about the potential interactions of systems within that, but I hope by providing some form of exemplar that will help people taking on this duty holder role in future to do what they need to do. And to finish with the timeline for drafting, so as I mentioned before, we've been doing it since June last year, and we hope that the draft standard will be finished for June 2025 this year. I know that the editor on the standard will be saying, not hope, it will be done. Then we hope to get the approval then for a draft for public consultation over the summer. Comments resolution then will be over the winter of this year, with the approval to publish and publication hopefully in autumn next year. This is all obviously reliant upon the consideration of how many comments we may get. We're hoping that we don't get 9991 level comments and that they are hopefully relatively easy to resolve. And that's it from me, Simon.
Great, thank you very much, Richard. And Aman, if you'd like to come back and join us, please. We have, of course, some questions for you both. So let's kick off with one about BS 9994. How will this standard address evacuation strategies for high-rise buildings?
Okay, so I kind of alluded to it in the presentation. It will inform and it will encourage the discussion at the appropriate time during the appropriate technical life cycle of that particular scheme project to ensure that the evacuation strategy is suitable and sufficient from the off. And again, this comes back, Simon, to that approach that I was setting out earlier on right to left thinking as opposed to left to right, rather than opening up and sort of, I'm not suggesting anyone on this call does it, of course, but sadly we are seeing a cultural malpractice of the development of some fire strategies where the arbitrary application of guidance without due consideration to the end state of a built asset is becoming more and more prevalent, and actually we need to be working it through the other way. If we can make use of consensus-driven guidance, but through British standards, and a lot of that is in not just informed through consensus development processes, but through research, whether it's empirically driven or otherwise. We need to be ensuring that those fallouts and those derivatives that come out from the development of a fire strategy, such as an evacuation strategy, are bespoke and as unique to the built asset as its occupants are. So whilst the nuances within the text won't specifically, don't expect a chapter that says how to develop an evacuation strategy. Instead, the use and the development of the guidance the application of the guidance that we produce under BS 9994 will encourage that functional thinking and that functional approach to the development of an evacuation strategy that is suitable and sufficient and proportional to the asset's end state.
Great, thank you. Will the introduction of BS 9996 affect fire alarm installation standards such as BS 5839 Part 1 and Part 6?
It shouldn't do, because they are standards for specific systems, and this is about how those systems interact with it. So at the moment, we don't know. It will depend upon what type of feedback we get from the 9996 draft public consultation. It's hoped that they will speak to each other. So future iterations of 5839 Parts 1 and 6, which I think are being reviewed at the moment, may mention 9996, but it's kind of that iterative development process where, because this didn't exist before, it can't be referenced, but hopefully when it is out there and established, it will be referenced more fully in future.
Thank you. The government response to the Grenfell Tower inquiry has set out that it will accept the recommendations on fire strategies. How will BS 9994 address future policy matters relevant to this?
Put myself back on mute, so hopefully you can hear me again, Simon. I spoke earlier on about how the policy recommendations actually came in after the development of BS 9994. And when I say this is a project that's been in gestation for a number of months, I'm actually underplaying that. It's been quite some time that we've been asking ourselves the question of what do we do with PAS 911, and then what comes in after if we accept that PAS 911 doesn't have a place on within the BSI library anymore. And we had to do that in conjunction at the time of Sir Martin Moore-Bick's team consolidating the evidence that it heard at the inquiry, subsequently then going on to present their recommendations in the final report published last year, and then again 6 months later, 2 weeks ago, hearing the government's response to accept all of the recommendations in full and in principle as well. So there's been those two trains sort of, if you like, running alongside each other here, and those two need to continue running in conjunction with each other here, as BSI so often does, works with central government and indeed local government in places as well, to make sure that those standards that we're producing inform and are informed by policy development rather than operating in silos. Now, that's happened many a time successfully in the past, Simon, as you know, and as Richard will know. But this really is about giving the assurance to the wider industry that we are not sort of seeking to, introduce any betterment principles here or whatever else we could be doing. We're not diverging from each other. We're working in concert with policymakers from MHCLG, the BSR, and obviously Richard's here as a regulator as well, but also as a standards maker. But we are working in conjunction with those key stakeholders to make sure that when those policy recommendations are brought forward, as a function of industry-driven engagement as well, as I talked earlier on about call for evidence and future consultations on these matters, that there were no real sort of surprises coming to the industry. Actually, those byproducts are a function of collective sort of development, as it were, including this British standard. So they'll be done in conjunction with each other.
Thank you. One for both of you, really. How will BS 9994 and 9996 contribute to the desired cultural change called for by Dame Judith Hackett. And perhaps Aman, if you could have a go at that first, and then Richard.
Yep, happy to. So I take a very unique perspective on culture and cultural change. The response a couple of weeks ago made it very clear just this, the criticality of bringing a better culture to the industry. In a personal capacity, I struggle a little bit with the lack of specificity around what culture change actually is and what the desired outcomes are. I don't think we've spoken enough over the last 7 to 8 years about what it is we're actually trying to improve. Really get down into the specifics, get down into the detail. Well, what are we trying to improve? And we all know why. We all know painfully the reason why we need to improve, but it's the detail that I think is missing from this. And in the case of BS 9994, I would answer that question as, well, we're trying to improve the standard and development of fire strategies across the built environment, and I mean that. In the way that Richard alluded to earlier on as well, that we're not looking at this from an Anglo-centric perspective. We recognise that whether it's in the case of 9996, a combination of active systems coming together to speak to each other to deliver against life safety objectives, that matters as much as it does in London, as it does in Orlando, as it does in Sydney. The principles of fire safety and the deliverability of our life safety objectives are agnostic. And so we are trying to improve considerably the development process of key deliverables that are recognized today, again, globally, to make sure that there is consistency and a better quality of standards being applied to the development of fire strategies here, so that we can enable greater outputs, safer outputs, functional outputs that encourage that both that right to left thinking with respect to, I'm asking the right questions at the right time before I open up a British standard. I understand I've spoken at length this morning about BS 9991, haven't we all, for the past couple of months? But before fire engineers open up documents like 9991 or 9999, shouldn't they be asking that question of, tell me more, Simon, about the building that you want to build here. Tell me about the people that you intend to occupy that building with. Tell me about the management provisions that you intend to deploy to enable life safety and property safety within your building. Then I can go and visit the recommendations made within design guides to make those recommendations fit around your intended end use state of that built asset. So when I talk about the cultural change, when I refer to culture change, I'm talking about the habitual responses, those neurological responses that fire engineers of the future will almost deploy, as I say, automatically, habitually, to make sure that ethos is absolutely the centre of their decision making moving forward.
Thank you. Richard?
Yeah, I think in terms of how this would contribute to culture change, it builds on some of the issues, and it will very much speak to what 9994 outlines in terms of designing a fire strategy for the whole life of a building. And I think 9996 will help, because those designing buildings will have to start accounting for those interactivities between their fire safety systems at an early point. It's something we've always thought needs to be there. It's in all the fire engineering standards in terms of the qualitative design review process. It's to actually have stakeholders engaged at an early point in the building's design to ensure that a building will be able to be managed and designed properly in future. So throughout the whole life cycle of it. So it shouldn't be that systems are then added into buildings and no consideration is made of how they talk to each other. We'd also hope that by having something like 9996 and this idea of a commissioning plan, we'll be able to actually allow constructors, the duty holders, to more effectively plan their works, so understand when and where certain people need to be on site to actually test systems and possibly coordinate that together. And also the sign-off process will help with the culture change, because it'll mean that actually a building is built as designed. It's not left to snagging or for a responsible person to have to react to a fire service inspection many months, years in the future, who potentially highlights that actually there is a particular hazard or risk associated with non-interactivity, or the worst case, something goes wrong in the building, they have a fire, and we only find out it's not been planned or commissioned properly at that point. So hopefully having a standard will contribute to assuring building safety of those systems and help us to understand what actually needs to be done with them too.
Okay, thank you. I think this question relates to BS 9994. How will this fit together with other standards such as BS 8759, balconies and terraces? And will there be a hierarchy in terms of what takes priority?
No, I don't think we're intending to produce BS 9994 as a hierarchical document that takes precedent over the development of where it relates maybe to fire strategy or information that you might contain within a fire strategy. In fact, it's one of the great misnomers of standards more broadly, Simon, but I'll put that soapbox to one side just for 1 second. But there's no hierarchical suggestion that 9994 will take precedent over one or the other. In fact, I would suggest it's more linear in nature insofar that competent use of standards more broadly needs to consider which standards you will be making reference to achieve the objective that you are trying to achieve. So in the case of, let's stay within the English regulatory regime just for now, of developing an evidence base to Part B of Schedule 1 to the building regulations, competent designers, competent fire engineers, I would hope, have decided, way before they've started putting a fire strategy together, exactly how they intend to develop that evidence base and where they will be leveraging industry guidance to do so. And when I speak publicly about this, I sort of place my tongue very, very firmly in my cheek when I say we could envisage a world where there is no guidance to help us design a evidence base to achieve that same compliance base, in this case to Part B, to Schedule 1. And actually, theoretically, there could be a guide in the future that is the Aman Sharma, Simon Hamlet, and Richard Clark vision to achieve compliance to fire safety, and that would be permissible to use in this functional system. I wouldn't recommend it. I wouldn't at all. Not any slight on you two, but I just wouldn't, because there's a reason we develop guidance in the way we develop it. But the point is, in a functional building control system, in a functional building regulation, with functional building regulations, selecting the appropriate guidance and justifying why that guidance was the appropriate guidance to use is exactly what the regulator will be challenging and is challenging people to do now at Gateway 2. They're not interested in the nuances. And I know that there's some challenges with the Gateway 2 process more broadly. That's for another seminar, I'm sure. However, the idea that the building control applicant and their design teams are being proactively encouraged to demonstrate why the guidance that they have adopted was the appropriate guidance, stand behind that assertion, and make really clear that perhaps if they're using prescriptive processes, this was appropriate because, or Richard mentioned QDR, if we are going through a performance-based design using BS 7974 and a fully fire engineered solution, if that was the appropriate way to design this particular building or buildings, then stand by it. Stand firmly behind it, justify it, and be assertive and confident as to why that approach was and is the right approach. But if I can consider that, or if I could propose maybe that BS 9994 will present the vehicle through which that evidence base is compiled, I would prefer that we think about it in that way, and then the stuff that goes inside that vehicle is composed potentially a suite of other standards that come together. By the way, one of which will almost invariably be BS 9996.
Thank you. I agree with the requirement for a fire strategy, but who will carry these out, and will they need to be competent? I assume that's in a sort of technical definition of competence. And will they be required for all building regulations applications?
I'll let you go, Rich, on that one.
Interesting. So one of the findings of the phase 2 report was around fire strategies. Who will carry them out? That will be down to the type of building. So a fire strategy will account for the complexity of the building in itself, I would have thought. So it may be that if you've got quite an advanced building that relies on kind of interactive systems and engineering as part of its safety features, the fire strategy would need to be carried out by a competent fire engineer. It may be that if it's a lesser standard, more of a simple building design, it may be that, say, an architect or any other building designer may be able to utilize other guidance to actually design a resilient fire strategy, but it will be down to what the purpose of that fire strategy is for. So we often focus on life safety, but I think one of the areas that we will outline in 999-4 is actually fire strategies aren't just about life safety. Sometimes they also have things like building resilience functions and environmental considerations. So one of the key areas I think that we'd like to focus on for fire strategies in future is actually not just safety for people in the event of a fire, but it's actually how that building then functions after a fire as well. So building safety features that may be required to recover your building. So we don't want it so that, to take an example for a school, a fire in a classroom leads to a whole wing of a school not being used, because that will cost a lot of money in future. A fire strategy actually may want to review the overall considerations within that building to say that actually one of our key goals for this fire safety in this building is that if we have a fire, we want this area to be recoverable and operational again within X amount of time, and that will lead to some of the building design features within it. So we haven't, I mean, the guidance isn't written yet. We haven't outlined the competency for different levels of fire strategy. I'm sure that will go into it in some area, and there are wider considerations around kind of registration of fire engineers, registration of risk assessors in future, which will have to necessarily feed into that too. But the short answer is somebody who's competent to do it, and that's not an answer, is it?
But I think if I can add to that, Simon, as well, because it is a good question. That there is that broader challenge around sort of, well, how do you define competence? But the definition of competence isn't enough for me. It's the demonstration of competence as well. So the onus should really be on the individual to almost in perpetuity be constantly demonstrating their competence to be able to deliver any function during designing the built environment, let alone fire engineering. One of the key challenges that the drafting panel will have, but are very, very up for embracing, is exercising that proportionality to set out where additional competence may be required for certain technical phases. So certainly, as Richard's alluded to, considering the size, scale, complexity of a particular project during design, all the way through to a lower risk, again, define that however which way you might want to, but a low risk existing building having a fire strategy. The term at the minute is retrospectively developed. I'm not entirely sure I'm overly enthusiastic about that particular term, retrospective fire strategy. So I don't anticipate that will find its way into the copy at draft public consultation. But certainly the process of developing a fire strategy for an existing building specifically, the open question here is, well, does that need the same level of skill, knowledge and experience and set of behaviors as someone that is working within a very complex design team, tackling some very technical questions, responding to the production and analysis of significant computational analyses right through from CFD to bedflow models, etc., etc. That we do need to think proportionally here, and also, as Richard has alluded to, think very carefully about how future licensing and registration of the profession manifests as a function of that policy development I again referred to earlier on, to make sure that we're not sort of diverging those paths. So very, very good question, and I think we've managed to fill 4 or 5 minutes without actually answering it as well, which is always good, isn't it?
Although you have actually managed to answer the next question I was going to ask, which was about whether retrospective fire strategies were included. Well done.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to talk a little bit more about, just to spend a couple of more minutes on that, because it is important, because it's a growing trend, and I think those that are not reading between the lines, because that implies that they're misreading, but certainly have moved quicker than others. So early adopter type organisations have recognised that Sir Martin Moore-Bick's recommendation to bring fire strategies onto the statute, specifically at Gateway 2, which then by proxy means that it will come on at Gateway 3 as well, because they're the same set of something that's not well, sorry for the slight digress here, something that's not well understood really is that we refer to the Gateway 2 documentation as accompanying documents, but you won't see on the statute the term that is recognised within the building safety regulator once those documents have been agreed at Gateway 2 is the agreed documents. So whether they are accompanying documents at Gateway 2 or the agreed documents at Gateway 3, we will see fire strategies form a part of that, and an amendment will be required to the HRB procedural regulations to make that happen. For now, my advice is just submit them for builder control applications that form part of a HRB, because why wouldn't you? And you probably wouldn't necessarily get validated if you didn't. But the retrospective element is important here, because aside from the fact that we don't particularly like the term, the challenge that we have will be not only what I referred to earlier on around the competency issues, but it will be about how and where those documents may or may not be in place by the time, as Richard again spoke earlier on about any potential material alterations or triggers of works that then require an existing building to go back through the building control system, either through the HRB regime with a BSR or outside of that regime. So having that documentation there in place already, having that evidence base compiled from which not only can fire risk management activities during the occupational phase be credibly and reliably informed, but also having at least that part of the building regulation evidence base there in place ahead of any decisions to do, again, material alterations or any future notifiable building works within that asset. A number of organisations, I'm really pleased to see actually, have started thinking way ahead and just gone, I'm probably going to need this in the future, so I might as well just get this part of it in now, and therefore 9994 has to tackle that.
You're just on mute.
Sorry, I've not been on mute at all because I'm asking the questions. Then a motorbike went past outside. It was rather loud. Will BS 9996 include new guidance on a suitable cause and effects matrix?
I think I mentioned that. Yes, we are hoping to put some information in there around creating cause and effect matrices to account for what's in a building. It gets complicated, so I'm not sure how much guidance, but it will certainly speak to the idea that where systems interact, you need to be outlining how and when you need to assure that throughout the design and build process, and how you would then go into maintain that, because I think maintenance will be key to that as well.
And another one for you, BS 8486 has commissioning of firefighters' lifts and evacuation lifts. BS 8899 has periodic testing and certification for firefighters' lifts. Will BS 9996 copy these for lifts?
It won't copy, because generally British standards don't like copying between each other. Sometimes the most appropriate information for a specific fire safety feature will be in the related standard to it, but it will certainly outline that any commissioning plan should outline what is needed to commission those individual systems, and hopefully provide a methodology for how you would then ensure that they talk to each other.
Thank you. Just lost the question I was going to ask. Oh, there it is. Should the fire engineer write the detailed evacuation strategy to be signed off by the end user?
Okay. Do you mind, Rich? Because this
No,
is
go
one.
for it.
Yeah, this is one I'll offer some thoughts. It's going to be coming to the end. Should the fire engineer write the evacuation strategy, or should the fire engineer, I'm going to be really annoying and ask a question back, sorry Simon, should the fire engineer be producing enough information to allow the responsible person in this regulatory regime to really be quite clear about how to implement a suitable and sufficient and effective and a safe evacuation strategy? I would suggest that it's a combination between the two. So as part of either Regulation 38 as it existed previously and disapplied now for higher risk buildings, but also Regulation 31 and 38 under the HRB procedural regulations, whether you're calling it Regulation 38 or whether you're calling it the golden thread matters not. Have you passed on to the people, the person that will be ultimately responsible for managing that building and operating that building on behalf of either residents or the occupants more broadly if it's a non-residential setting? Have you furnished that individual or individuals with enough information to enable them to understand how to safely and effectively manage their building? And that is inclusive of drafting and implementing an evacuation strategy. This is something that gets me quite cross, quite frankly, because I don't see enough of this happening at design, where the critical decisions are made at concept and detailed design that limits what the asset manager or the responsible person or competent persons when the building is occupied can and can't do. And there isn't enough of that end state thinking that is being informed at the design phases. So I wouldn't advocate necessarily for an imposition of a particular evacuation strategy for the end users. However, a combination of critical thinking, detailed intrinsic thinking on what will work here and what won't work here and why, considering the resources that may or may not be in place, in conjunction with a consideration of feasibility, so that the bare bones, the principles of the evacuation strategy can be handed over and developed further by those that are responsible for implementing it. The final thing I'll say on that point, Simon, before Richard may have a point, is for any given building across the built environment, a perfectly good evacuation strategy can be written, but it might not always be implementable. And there is a difference between the two. Sorry, Richard, I'm sure you probably got a comment to make.
No, I was just, pretty much that last point you made would be what I would say is that actually, I think for me, the fire engineer should be there at the beginning of the design process in terms of actually understanding what the purpose of the building is and what may need to happen. Often fire engineering comes in at a too advanced stage within a building to try and excuse a design which can't be managed. Certainly from a fire safety regulatory aspect, we like to ensure that actually the building can be managed so that a fire strategy is not asking for unrealistic expectations. And to nicely tie this all together, it relates a bit to what I was talking about with Treble 91 this morning and care homes. So care home providers should really be part of that design process at the beginning to understand what kind of home they are, what type of residents they're accounting for, what staffing numbers they may have, because that really should inform the design afterwards. So it is an iterative process, this whole thing. So the fire strategy should be informed by the likely end user, and if that end user isn't known, then actually the fire strategy should be much more conservative in its approach. It shouldn't assume things from a management level that cannot be assured, because otherwise we're putting people at risk when the building is eventually occupied.
Great. Well, thank you both very much. That's all the questions we have time for on that, but a lot of interest in that presentation as well. Both very interesting, and we're grateful to you for talking to us this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, we will move on for me to introduce our last speaker of the afternoon, Chris Smith-Wong, Lead Standards Development Manager at BSI, specialising in the fire sector, and he's going to be looking forward to future standards development projects. So, Chris, over to you.
Thank you very much, Simon. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for joining us. As Simon said, my name is Christopher Smith-Wong, and I'm the Committee Manager for the FSH 14 Technical Committee, and I'm very proud to say that I am involved and have been now for the last couple of years in a lot of the standards we're discussing. So my understanding is that there is still a slight delay on the moving the, there we go, right. So Richard and Gary already let the cat out of the bag of this one a bit earlier, but we are going to be looking at starting the revision of 9999 at some point this year. And the reason why we say some point this year is the first big thing we have to do is a review of the standards and identify some of the changes that we want to make. Now, while the focus for the last couple of years has understandably rightfully been on residential buildings, which obviously led to the prolonged development of 9991 and the other standards we've spoken today, non-domestic premises covered by 9999 are also a major area for standardization to ensure life safety. And there's also a very good opportunity to take some of the learning, some of the discussions that have been happening over the last couple of years and see if they can be applied to a non-residential environment. This means that you will not be seeing any public consultation before next year at the absolute earliest, and probably not before 2027. But we do need your comments and your proposals. Now, while we obviously really do need your comments at public consultation phase, we actually welcome comments at any time during the development, even on published standards, because the feedback from users is incredibly important. So this is an open call. If you have any comments or proposals on the text of BS 9999 2017 that you would like to make, this is your opportunity to make them. After today, when the presentations are issued to all of you, it will be included a template for comments for 9999, along with some guidance on the kind of comments that we're looking for and some of the biggest questions we get around the particular language used in standards, which may be of interest. Please send them ahead of the 25th of June. Again, that deadline will be in the pack after this. And we look forward to receiving your comments. They will all be considered by the drafting panel when it's created. Can't guarantee that in advance that any are going to be taken up, nor what changes may be in 9999, but they will be considered and they will be, well, wherever possible, being acted upon. Now, taking a step back from 9999 for a few moments, there are two other standards that are a very important part of the FSH 14 portfolio of work, and that's 9992 2020, Fire Safety and Design Management and Use of Rail Infrastructure, Code of Practice, and 9997 2019, Fire Risk Management Systems Requirements with Guidance for Use. Now, both those standards are currently up for a review, and this is something that happens automatically every 5 years following publication, and it is an invitation to technical committee in first instance to say, do you believe anything needs to be looked at, reconsidered, changed, updated, regardless of the origin? We're going to be doing that for those two standards in the coming months. But again, if you want to make another copy of the comments template for 9999, which again will be issued afterwards, and submit some comments on 9992 or 9997, we will also consider those as well. Again, so those are the two standards that are being looked at. We also are open and interested for any other comments on our other standards. And later on, outside of the FSH 14 committee, we will be looking at publishing the revised version of BS 5839 Part 1, so that's fire detection, installation management, and commissioning of fire detection for resident non-domestic premises, my apologies, with a possible review of Part 6, the domestic counterpart, beginning at some point in the next year or two. Just waiting for the machine to catch up and my clicking of the button. Thanks, Sam. So, just want to take a moment to what I think is going on. We're obviously all aware that the Grenfell Tower issued its final report. We know that the government has now responded. Of the over 50 recommendations made, there was one that pertained directly to standards, and that's on a request or suggestion for clarity to be made to BS 750. That has been accepted by BSI, and I'm pleased to say work is expected to begin very soon. which will make that change and some other small changes that the technical committee would like to make the opportunity to do so. So we'll keep you abreast of that. Hopefully the public consultation, because it's going to be quite a small change, should be up by the end of this year, but other webinars will keep you up to date. We are closely examining all of the recommendations within the report to understand how to strengthen standards development. Now, a lot has been made of increased engagement with residents, academics, and so on. We are considering that very carefully. We already have many great connections with academics on our technical committees, but we want to strengthen them. We want to make sure that the research that they develop and they come up with feeds into standards development, so we can ensure that standards really are as robust as possible. With residents, we need to balance the genuine desire to have them involved and be recognised as legitimate stakeholders, while at the same time acknowledging that many of them may not be technical experts, and we need to balance the information that they wish to know and the contribution that they wish to make, along with the demands and sometimes quite steep learning curve that can come with involvement with standards development. And we're also considering the government's response to phase 2 recommendations and the publication of the Green Paper on construction products. Very early days, there's an awful lot to go through there, but we will be responding along with the rest of industry and other stakeholders to that consultation and supporting industry and government as best we can. And that's it. I said it would be a quick one. So that's really it. So there's the big headlines that are coming out with the big changes. It's a very active, very dynamic period, and future webinars will keep you up to date with the public consultations about 999, 9999, and the other standards that were mentioned today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Very efficient. So we have had a few questions come in on these, but there's still the opportunity to ask more. Firstly, this was actually covered earlier on, but just a reminder perhaps, when is BS 9999 due to be updated, and is it likely to involve major changes?
So I can't give you a definitive timeline. As I said, I have asked for comments to be received by the 25th of June. We will need FSH 14 time to consider those. I expect to be quite a lot. We probably won't be starting the actual drafting until very early of next year, which is absolutely fine. That is, it may seem like a very long time, but it's actually not. And that time is put to good use by considering all of the proposals. I can't predict any of the changes. I should make it clear that while there have been huge changes to 9991, that does not automatically mean that they will then be repeated in 9999. They are two separate standards, but obviously they share a lot of similarities. The decisions that are made for 9999 will be unique to 9999. Can't give you any more certainty other than that, I'm afraid.
Okay, thank you. How close are we to finalising public comment on the BS for the competence of fire risk assessors? And is there a separate category for an experienced worker? I know that's not strictly one of your standards, but you might have.
Yeah, no. So I have been keeping abreast of that standard. So my understanding is, again, it's so it's meant to be the end of this year, most likely around about the same time as BS 9792 is published, which that's around about the autumn period. We know that there is a huge amount of crossover, and so therefore we will be promoting both of those standards together as best that we can. We will be producing some additional supporting documentation, executive briefings to go along to introduce people to the standards. The reason why I can never give any concrete date is because the amount of times that we have worked on projects like 9991 and thought, okay, no, we've got to the final bit, it's definitely going to be published in a month's time, and something happened and it knocked it back by 6 weeks. So we do have to be very, very flexible because it's not fair to say it's going to be on this day and then the day comes and it's not there. In regards to the second part of that question, I'm going to be frank, I can't answer that, but I can try and engage with the technical committee that are responsible for it and get a response separately.
Thank you. This should be a fairly easy one to answer. Do we make contact with you if we want to be part of FSH 14?
So you can. So we have a formal process for an application. We're always happy to receive applications for individuals, and I can share details of how to apply to become a member of any of our technical committees after the presentation. As a general rule, we prefer nomination as a representative of a nominating organisation, which is, amongst others, trade associations, trade unions where appropriate, consumer representation groups, professional bodies, academic institutions, any organisation that is capable of expressing the point of view and the technical expertise of a wide group of society or industry. Now, the so-called golden rule of British standards committee membership is any area of industry or society that may be impacted by the publication, development, or maintenance of a standard, whether that's British, European, or international, should have the ability to engage directly with the technical committee, either direct representation or via our public consultation process. The reason why we focus on nominating organisations is simply to keep the representation of a committee at a very manageable level. Some of our committees are incredibly big, and we work by the policy of consensus, which is there's no voting, it is simply discussion until there is a prevailing view. We do, in some occasional circumstances, accept individuals to join as individuals, call them individual capacity. We tend that to be the exception and not the rule, and that is usually to allow the committee to have access to expertise that they desperately need for the standards that may not otherwise be available via other sources. So by all means, apply. It would be fantastic if you can be nominated by your trade association or similar organisation, but we treat all applications under their own merits.
Thank you, Chris. And just to reiterate what both Chris and I have said earlier, which is that commenting on drafts of public comment is an equally valid way to be involved in the participation. To participate in the development of a British standard. It's not just the people who are actually on the committee or the drafting panel. Everyone has a role. So even if you don't have time to be on a committee but would like to, you can still comment on standards. We need and want people to do that. So whichever way
there are loads.
Sorry,
on the slide you go ahead.
No, that was it. I'd finished there.
Okay. I was going to say there have been lots of times where actually some of the best contributions have been made via the DPC process, where an individual has suggested something and the panel gone, we hadn't considered that, or oh yeah, no, we didn't include that. So it's not just you get the responses and they get thrown in the bin. They don't. We are obligated to consider them, and they really are incredibly helpful.
Great, thank you. Couple more general questions. So, are there any transitional arrangements for revisions of British standards, and if not, why not?
So, standards do not have traditional arrangements. They come into effect at the end of the calendar month in which they are published. Now, if we take 9991, for example, yes, that meant that you had 3 days from the removal of the previous one, the publication of new one to the removal of the previous one. And that was unfortunate. That wasn't intentional. That was just how the dates worked out with us kind of missing the end of the year and moving into 2025. Why do we not have transitional arrangements? I think that's something that's been inherited from previous versions of how standards have been developed nationally. There aren't that many transitional arrangements even internationally. European standards have to be implemented within 6 months of publication, but that's not like a coexistence period all the time. That's usually just to allow the national standards body time to withdraw their national standards where relevant before they're considered to be in conflict. It is something that with 9991 that we have taken on board, and we're hopefully will be avoiding that kind of short period in the future. and we will do everything I can to try and telegraph the date that the standard is going to come out as much as humanly possible. But to remind everybody, standards are not mandatory. There is no legal obligation for you to use, for example, 9991 over any other standard or over ADB. They really are documents for voluntary compliance for you to use as tools as is appropriate. So even if it takes a couple of weeks for you to kind of digest the new standard, they're not applied retrospectively. So I think that's something that a lot of people miss.
Great, thank you. Another general one. Are there any plans to publish interpretative guidance or case studies for any of the standards that have been discussed today?
Okay, so BSI doesn't provide interpretation of our standards. As an organization, we do not possess the technical competence to do so, which is the reason why we're incredibly reliant on our technical experts who represent industry and other stakeholders to do so. We will happily work with any organization that wishes to propose them. So, for example, if somebody comes to us and said, we've used 9991 2024, think it's a great standard, we want to show everyone how to use it, we will happily do so. We don't often get those requests, but when we come to publish a very major standard, one of the things we ask ourselves internally is what can we do to support individuals? And sometimes, take a 9991 example, because that's the most biggest one that's come out in recent years, there isn't enough time actually to produce a case study and have it ready for publication. So it is something we're looking at, but no, it's not going to be something that we do habitually.
Thank you. And one to finish off with, what do you see as the main challenges in built environment and fire standardization over the next 5 years?
Yeah, how long have you got? So lithium ion, that's a big one. There aren't that many standards that cover that subject. There were a couple of test protocols which have been looked at in CEN about how to determine extinguishment systems and which ones are appropriate. But the technology is rapidly outpacing standards development, partly because a lot of research has to be done first, but it does mean that there is the increased capacity for something to go horribly wrong. Battery energy storage systems, so-called lithium-ion on steroids. Again, there's been concerns raised by members of the public about the placement of these systems next to residential premises and so on, and they perhaps aren't being reflected in standards. That is something that's going to have to be looked at, even just to make sure that there are standards that can be applied, even if they don't expressly mention BESSs. In terms of other issues, I suppose the big one is trying to regain some of the trust that I think the revelations of Grenfell and the inquiry have resulted in lost with guidance documents. Now, standards weren't criticised in standards development, although there are lots of recommendations made in inquiry that we really will be taken on board. But a lot of it's no secret, it's done not behind a closed door, but we don't publicly state who the individuals are. A lot of it has to be taken on trust. Even though they are voluntary documents, they are, in many areas of industry, de facto mandatory. And I can, totally understand that an individual who was watching the Grenfell Tower inquiry now has an awful lot of suspicion about these documents. We're saying they're fantastic and they're going to keep you safe, and they're going, yeah, well, people have said that before and they look just like you. So one of the things that BSI and standards are trying to do is just re-engage with people more, just happily explain the process, how standards are developed, make it clear. If you want to submit a proposal or if you have a question to ask, we will do our absolute best to answer it. We may not be able to, and we'll give you a reason as to why not, but we are an open and transparent organisation, and we really are here for the public good.
Absolutely. And just to carry on with the point you just made there, anyone can propose a new standard, a revision, an amendment. We have our online standards development portal, which includes a facility for doing just that, to make proposals. Now, as Chris said, that doesn't mean we necessarily will do it in every case. We have to weigh up a variety of considerations, including the resources. Do we have the right experts to do it? Is the standard going to be revised soon anyway? But we are open to anyone making those proposals if they think there is a need for a new or revised standard. Okay, thank you very much, Chris.
Very welcome, Simon.
Very informative. Glad you could join us this afternoon. Unfortunately, that's all we have time for today. I hope you'll agree we've had some really insightful and interesting presentations that have given rise to interesting discussions in the Q&A sessions. We've had an update on BS 9792, an overview of fire risk assessment for the responsible person, insights into BS 9991, an update on the ongoing work on BS 9994 and 9996, and heard about the forthcoming projects BS 9992, 9997 and 9999. Thank you to all of our excellent speakers today, to Rachel, to Gary, to Paul, to Aman, to Richard and to Chris. I think we've all really appreciated them taking the time to share their expertise and knowledge with us, and for the clarity that they have brought to some complicated topics. Is there a next slide perhaps that shows forthcoming webinars? There is indeed. I thought there was. So we have a couple of particularly relevant upcoming webinars on built environment. A very timely one on construction products reform. Timely because, of course, the government published its green paper on that subject less than 2 weeks ago. And then I think it's annual Global Built Environment Summit at the end of April, plus additional webinars on topics including Eurocodes, 9792 again, 5266 Part 1, that's on emergency lighting, PAS 8700, which I think might be modern methods of construction, BS 40104, which is energy efficiency retrofit, and PAS 2030-2035, which is carbon management. Sustainability in the built environment, certainly. It's not quite the one I was thinking of, but it's a sustainability in the built environment standard. That's energy efficiency retrofit as well, which connects with BS 40104. Apologies for my slight brain failure there. So that's everything from today for the BSI Fire Conference. Thank you all for attending, and we hope to see you again at a future event. Thank you and goodbye.